Hello there, my sleepy nights. Tonight, we venture into Gotham for a collection of Batman tales. And if you enjoy this collection, please give us a like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below. You can also support us on our Patreon, where you get access to our Spotify playlist and early access to all of these stories. But for now, let's get cozy and step in to the shadows of Gotham. The clock strikes 6 in Gotham City, but dawn refuses to break. Darkness clings to the city's spires like a burial shroud, defying the turning of hours, marked by the great clock face of City Hall. Stars pierce the sky with cold indifference, their ancient light mocking the city's desperate wait for morning. Below, neon signs bleed their colors onto perpetually wet pavement, creating fractured rainbows and puddles that never seem to dry. This is Gotham's third morning without sunrise. The GCPD's official statement dismisses it as unusual weather patterns. Local meteorologists stutter through their forecasts, their scientific certainty crumbling with each passing hour of unnatural light. The city's pulse grows more erratic. Sirens wail in patterns that seem to repeat, like a symphony stuck in an endless loop. High above the streets, a dark figure moves among the gargoyles of Wayne Tower. The Batman watches, a shadow among shadows, as the same jewelry heist he stopped 2 hours ago begins to unfold again. Same crew, same target, movements identical down to the last detail. Like a video playing on repeat. In her clockwork sanctuary, Barbara Gordon, oracle to the city's greatest defender, stares at screens filled with temporal impossibilities. Something's wrong with the surveillance grid, she whispers into her comm. The timestamps keep shifting. Same crimes, different hours, different details. Nothing lines up anymore. A young woman on Fifth Avenue checks her watch and frowns, trying to remember what day it is. She's performed this exact same motion 3 times in the past hour, each time wearing the same bewildered expression. Around her, Gotham's shadows seem to pulse with newfound hunger, as if the darkness itself has developed an appetite. The city has always worn darkness like a second skin. But this time, the darkness has grown teeth. The Gotham News Network's broadcast tower pierces the black sky, its red warning lights pulsing like slow heartbeats. Inside the station's main studio, Catherine Vale adjusts her blazer and stares into camera 1, her professional smile cracking at the edges. Day 3 of what meteorologists are calling an unprecedented atmospheric phenomenon. City officials continue to assert that this extended period of darkness is the result of unusual weather patterns over the eastern seaboard. However, sources within Gotham University's physics department suggest the feed cuts to static. In the Bowery, shop owners flipped their signs from closed to open and back again, unsure which applies anymore. The homeless huddle closer to their barrel fires, flames reflecting in eyes that haven't seen sunlight in 72 hours. A child asks her mother when morning is coming. The mother checks her phone, then to her watch, then the sky, and says nothing. Through the streets, a sleek black vehicle moves like oil through water. The Batman follows a pattern of robberies that doesn't make sense. 4 identical heists. Same location. Same crew. Different hours. In the passenger seat, a police scanner cycles through frequencies. Each channel tells the same story. The city is eating itself alive in confusion. At the corner of Cane and Finger, he watches a man in a worn suit check his watch, walk into a diner, order coffee. 5 minutes later, the same man appears and does it again and again. The waitress doesn't seem to notice. The Bat computer's analysis suggests something more than mass hysteria or weather patterns. Environmental sensors detect traces of an unknown compound in the air. Concentrations increasing with each passing hour of artificial light. Whatever's happening to Gotham isn't natural. It's engineered. And it's spreading. In the dim glow of the clock tower's screens, Barbara Gordon removes her glasses and pinches the bridge of her nose. Lines of code scroll past, each revealing another impossible contradiction in Gotham's surveillance network. On one monitor, First National Security feed shows a robbery at 2:43 a.m. On another, the same robbery occurs at 2:43 a.m. the following night. Same faces, same movements, down to the way the lead perp adjusts his mask. "You seeing this?" she radios Batman. Her voice carries the weight of someone who stopped trusting their own eyes. The dark shape of Wayne Tower looms behind her screens, its windows reflecting the endless night. A single lit office near the top catches her attention. Through her enhanced cameras, she watches Bruce Wayne meeting with the board of directors. The clock on her screen reads 8:47 p.m. Except Bruce is currently across town in the Batsuit, investigating the bank robbery. She checks the Wayne Tower feed again. The meeting is still happening. She can see Bruce clearly, his hands folded on the boardroom table as he listens to a presentation about quarterly earnings. The security logs show the meeting scheduled for 8:47 a.m., not p.m. But in Gotham's new reality, those distinctions have lost their meaning. Commissioner Gordon's reports land in her inbox. Multiple witness statements for the same crimes, each slightly different. A convenience store holdup where the shooter wore a red mask. The same holdup where the shooter wore blue. Both statements from the same witness, signed within minutes of each other. In the margins of one report, Gordon's handwritten note. "It's like the city's caught in some strange loop, but the details keep changing. Nothing adds up anymore." Barbara starts a new database, logging each contradiction. Her screens fill with entries, timestamps that drift backwards, security cameras catching impossible angles, people appearing in two places at once. The numbers don't lie. Reality in Gotham is becoming fluid, malleable, like someone's rewriting the city's story over and over, testing different versions of the same scene. The abandoned Cathedral of Saint Dumas stands like a forgotten sentinel in Gotham's old city. Its stone gargoyles watch as Batman descends into the crypt, following an electronic signature that doesn't belong among the centuries-old tombs. The air grows thick with more than just dust and decay. His sensors detect trace elements of an unknown compound, similar to what's been found in the city's atmosphere, but more concentrated. Behind a false wall, modern equipment hums with quiet purpose. Banks of servers pulse with blue light, their cables snaking through holes drilled in ancient stone. A half-destroyed hard drive yields fragments of data. One word appears repeatedly in the corrupted files. Halcyon. Across town, Bruce Wayne enters the Gotham Metropolitan Club, where old money whispers secrets behind wood-paneled walls. He catches fragments of conversation between city council members, bank executives, representatives of families whose names appear on half the buildings downtown. The future of the city. Time to take control. The eternal night is just the beginning. A woman in pearls touches his arm, asks if he's attending the lodge this evening. But before he can probe further, she's gone, swallowed by the crowd of Gotham's elite. But he caught the symbol on her bracelet, a stylized horizon line, the same pattern his sensors detected in the electronic signals emanating from the cathedral's crypt. In the Batcave, pieces started connecting. Shell companies purchasing old properties throughout the city, all near ley lines of Gotham's power grid. Regular payments to a research group specializing in electromagnetic field manipulation. And that symbol appearing like a signature at the edges of it all. The question isn't just what's happening to Gotham. It's who's making it happen, and why they want the city trapped in an endless night. In the depths of Wayne Enterprises' R&D division, Lucius Fox's fingers dance across holographic displays. Barbara Gordon's voice comes through the secure channel, her exhaustion evident even through the encrypted line. The data from the cathedral servers, she says. I've cleaned up the corruption. You need to see this. The schematics materialize in the air before them. A machine that defies conventional engineering. At its heart, a quantum processor designed to manipulate electromagnetic fields on a massive scale. Power requirements that would drain half of Gotham's grid. They're calling it the Umbra engine, Lucius says, his usual calm cracking slightly. It's not just affecting light and darkness. It's altering how we process time itself. The neural interference patterns. He pulls up another diagram. They're using the city's own power grid as an antenna, broadcasting signals that interfere with circadian rhythms, short-term memory formation, even basic temporal perception. The Bat computer's analysis confirms it. The same energy as the compound detected in Gotham's atmosphere. But it's not a chemical agent. It's a carrier wave, making the human mind susceptible to chronological manipulation. In the cave, Batman examines a three-dimensional map of Gotham. Key points light up. Power stations, old church spires, abandoned subway lines. The pattern emerges like a spider's web, with the cathedral at its center. The eternal night isn't the goal, Oracle realizes, her voice tight with dawning comprehension. It's a test run, proof that they can manipulate reality on a city-wide scale. Lucius isolates a familiar symbol in the machine's blueprints. The stylized horizon line, the Halcyon Lodge. The engineering is brilliant, he admits. They've found a way to make time itself malleable. In the right hands, this technology could revolutionize everything, from medicine to physics. And in the wrong hands, Batman's question hangs in the air. The answer comes from Oracle screens. Power surges across her monitoring grid. The Umbra engine is spinning up to full capacity. They're not just trying to control when we see the sun, she whispers. They're trying to control how we experience reality itself. Rewrite the city's memories until they match whatever version of Gotham they want. Outside, the darkness grows deeper, and in that darkness, time itself begins to fold. The Harlequin Lodge's facade stands unchanged since Gotham's founding. A modest brown stone among the city's towers. Inside, old wood paneling absorbs the light from gas lamps that never needed electricity. The kind of place where Gotham's oldest families still make their real decisions. Batman moves through shadows that feel wrong, distorted. Time stretches like taffy here, the heart of the effect. Each step could take seconds or hours. In the building's core, modern steel and glass replace historic architecture. Dr. Lysander Kimball stands at a wall of monitors, his silver hair immaculate, his surgeon's hands steady as they adjust holographic controls. He doesn't turn when Batman emerges from the darkness. "I wondered when you'd find us," Kimball says. "Though, I suppose when has become rather meaningless, hasn't it?" The monitors behind him show Gotham from 100 angles, each view rippling with temporal distortions. Beautiful, isn't it? The city has pure potential, finally free from the tyranny of linear time. "You're fracturing reality," Batman's voice cuts through the humming of machinery, driving people insane. "We're healing Gotham." Kimball's smile doesn't quite reach his eyes. He gestures to an old photograph on his desk. A woman and child outside Gotham General. "My wife was chief of surgery there. 20 years of saving lives, until a gang war caught her in the crossfire. I watched her die 3 times that night. Once in the original shooting, twice more as the hospital's backup generators failed during her surgery." His fingers trace the frame. And that's when I realized Gotham doesn't need heroes or police. It needs doctors, surgeons who can cut out the damaged tissue of its history. Ancient wood creaks as other figures emerge. City council members, bankers, old money families. Each bears their own scars from Gotham's cycles of violence. Children lost to its mob hits, fortunes destroyed by supervillain attacks, generations of watching their city tear itself apart. "We've seen it all," one of the older members says. "How many times has this city nearly been saved? How many reforms and fresh starts, only to watch it all decay again? We've lived through every failure. Now, we have the power to erase them." "Your parents, Bruce," Kimball says softly. "How many times have you relived that night in Crime Alley? Imagine if you could change it. If we could excise that moment from Gotham's history, like a surgeon removing a tumor. The Umbra engine makes it possible. By destroying everyone's grip on reality. Reality is negotiable. We're just the first to prove it." Kimball gestures at the monitors. "Look at your city. How many nights have you spent trying to save it? We're offering something better than salvation. We're offering reconstruction. Chance to rewrite Gotham's story until we get it right." The shadows pulse. On the screens, time fractures and reforms. And in the heart of the Halcyon Lodge, two visions of Gotham's future face each other in the endless night. Commissioner Gordon stands at the roof's edge, the bat signal cutting through Gotham's perpetual gloom. Its beam seems weaker tonight, as if the darkness has grown too thick even for its ancient power to pierce. "I'm not sure what's real anymore," Gordon says. "The reports, the witness statements, they keep changing. Officers are calling in their patrol logs before they've even started their shifts. Batman emerges from the shadows. But Gordon doesn't turn. His knuckles whiten on the roof's railing. Yesterday, or what I think was yesterday, I watched the Martinez kidnapping case break. Saw the girl reunited with her parents. Today she's missing again. Her parents don't remember ever finding her. The case files show both versions. He finally faces Batman. "How can I protect this city when I can't trust my own memories? In the clock tower, Oracle systems crash for a third time in what might be an hour. Her screens flickering with temporal anomalies. The encryption is failing, she tells Batman through the comm. Every time I encode a file, it exists in multiple states, like Schrodinger's data. Her fingers move across keyboards, but the results refuse to stay fixed. I can't keep the evidence straight. It's all becoming nonsense, noise. The Gotham City Police Department's Major Crimes Unit fractures under the strain. Bullock throws a case file across the squad room, swearing he closed it last week. Montoya shows him the victim, still alive, still missing. Both states, somehow true. Maybe the Holocron Lodge is right, an officer whispers in the break room. Maybe Gotham needs a reset. The whisper spreads. More officers start questioning their memories, their loyalties. Reports go unfiled. Patrols skip their routes, uncertain if they've already walked them. In the cave, Alfred studies the Batcomputer's logs with growing concern. The temporal distortions are accelerating, sir. Even our most secure systems are showing signs of degradation. Batman stands before his wall of evidence, watching dates blur together. The string connecting the clues twisted into a Morbius strip of cause and effect. Gotham's finest are losing faith, Gordon says into the night. They're seeing too many versions of the truth. How long before we can't tell the difference between what we're preventing and what we're causing? The signal above them flickers, dims. In its failing light, the city's greatest defenders face a darkness that threatens not just Gotham streets, the very fabric of its reality. The pearls hit the pavement like scattered rain. A gun barrel gleams in the street. A boy watches his world end in Crime Alley. But something's wrong. The scene plays again, but the gunman's face changes. The angle shifts. Sometimes there are 2 shots, sometimes 3. Sometimes Martha Wayne's scream cuts short. Sometimes it echoes endlessly. Bruce Wayne stands in the Manor's study, watching his parents' portrait ripple like disturbed water. Each time he blinks, their expressions alter subtly. His father's eyes grow harder, then softer. His mother's smile shifts from warm to distant and back. Master Bruce. Alfred's voice cuts through the temporal haze. Perhaps you should rest. They're targeting my memories, Alfred, using them against me. Bruce touches the portrait's frame. Kimball offered a chance to change that, to make it never happen. And in doing so, erase everything you've become, everything you've done for Gotham. The cave's monitors show the city drowning in contradictions. But among the chaos, patterns emerge. Halcyon Lodge isn't just manipulating time. They're testing patterns, running iterations. Each loop brings them closer to their perfect version of Gotham. A version, perhaps, where Thomas Wayne never dies in Crime Alley, where he instead becomes a founding member of the Lodge, helping them reshape the city according to their vision. Batman watches security footage from Wayne Enterprises, sees versions of himself that never became Batman. A corporate titan, cold and calculating. Playboy wastrel, burning through his inheritance. A lodge member himself, wearing their Horizon symbol on his suits. I don't think they're just offering to save my parents, tells Alfred. They're trying to break me, make me question every choice, every moment that made me who I am. The manor's walls seem to breathe. Time bends around them like light through a prism. Through the windows, Gotham's skyline shifts between eras, past, present, possible futures, bleeding together. In one version, the pearls never fall. In another, they never stop falling. Your parents made their choice that night, Alfred says firmly. They chose to stand against the darkness in this city, to shield others from it, whatever the cost. Bruce faces his parents' portrait one last time. For a moment, he sees not what was or what could have been, but what is. A legacy of protection, of justice, of light against darkness. The Lodge wants to control Gotham's story, he says, but some stories shouldn't be changed. They need to be remembered, protected. Outside, the endless night waits, and somewhere in its depths, the true battle for Gotham's soul is about to begin. The brownstone facade of Hollycombe Lodge splits reality like a cracked mirror. Oracle's voice cuts through Batman's comm. Power signatures are spiking. They're pushing the Umbra engine past safety limits. Gordon waits in the shadows across the street. His most trusted officers positioned at key points around the building. Montoya at the back entrance, Bullock covering the sewers, each wearing specialized lenses Lucius designed to cut through temporal distortion. Readings suggest multiple versions of the interior layout, Oracle reports. Like the building exists in several configurations at once. Be careful in there. The assault begins with precision. Batman's grapnel pulls him to a third-floor window that exists in 3 different places at once. The glass breaks in slow motion, shards hanging in the air. Inside, the lodge's security team moves with unnatural coordination. They've run this fight dozens of times, perfecting each move through repeated loops. But Batman adapts, changes his patterns. They can't predict what they haven't yet seen. The building's architecture shifts around them. Victorian parlors blur to modern steel corridors. Marble staircases lead to rooms that shouldn't exist. In one moment, Batman fights through the original 1800 social club. In the next, a state-of-the-art facility humming with power. GCPD coming in. Gordon's voice crackles through multiple frequencies at once. His team breaches the ground floor, pushing through private security, whose movements stutter and repeat like scratched film. But the lodge anticipated this. Hidden panels slide open. Gas floods corridors. Not poison, something worse. Concentrated temporal distortion, turning minutes to hours, seconds into eternities. The effect is spreading, Oracle warns. Whatever they're doing in there is bleeding out into the city. Batman pushes deeper into the building's impossible geometry. he passes a ballroom where Gotham's elite still dance to music from a century ago, trapped in an endless waltz. A computer lab where technicians work on equipment that hasn't been invented yet. Through it all, the Umbra engine's hum grows louder. Its power signature leads to a simple chamber that exists in all versions of the building at once. The eye of this temporal storm. Behind him, Gordon's team secures each layer of reality, anchoring the present against the Lodge's attempts to rewrite it. But ahead, through doors that open onto infinite possibilities, Dr. Kimball waits, with his finger on the trigger of a device that could unravel Gotham's entire history. Time itself holds its breath. The heart of the lodge thrums with impossible energy. Quantum processors line the walls, each running simulations of a different Gotham. On floating screens, 1,000 versions of the city play out in endless permutation. Dr. Kimball stands at the Umbra engine's controls, his silver hair catching the light from dozens of temporal distortions. "You're just in time," he says, his fingers dancing across holographic interfaces. "We're about to achieve perfect convergence. The moment when all possible Gothams align." "You're tearing reality apart." Batman moves through the chamber, each step carrying him through multiple versions of the same space. "We're perfecting it. Your parents alive, Crime Alley never happening, a Gotham without pain, without failure." Kimball's eyes reflect cascading data. "We've run the simulation 10,000 times. We know exactly which moments to change." The engine pulses. Around them, time fractures like broken glass. Batman sees himself reflected in each shard. The boy in the alley, the man on the rooftops. Every choice that led him here. "The past shapes us," Batman says, "but it doesn't control us. That's what you never understood about Gotham. Control is exactly what this city needs." Kimball initiates the final sequence. "Your way has failed. How many times have you caught the Joker? Stopped Two-Face, and yet nothing changes. We're offering real transformation. Batman moves. Kimball counters with practiced ease. He's seen this fight before. But Batman changes his patterns, makes choices that exist outside of Kimball's simulations. The engine's warnings blare. Power levels critical. The quantum field begins to collapse. If you stop this now, Kimball gasps between blows. Everything stays broken. Your parents stay dead. Gotham stays damned. Gotham isn't damned. Batman drives forward. It's alive. And its story isn't yours to control. The final strike sends Kimball sprawling. As he falls, Oracle's voice cuts through the chaos. The quantum field is destabilizing. I'm redirecting the temporal feedback into the engine's own containment systems. Batman reaches for the controls. His gauntlet's interface syncing with the failing system. Reversing the polarity of the citywide carrier wave, he says, fingers moving across familiar Wayne Tech architecture, buried in Kimball's stolen designs. The engine screams. In the clock tower, Oracle forces the last command through. Containment breach. 3, 2. Reality shivers. The engine implodes, its quantum processors consuming themselves in a cascade of temporal backflow. As the field collapses, time snaps back into linear progression, the sound like thunder rolling backwards. Kimball watches his life's work fold in on itself. Every iteration of his perfect Gotham compressed into a single failed possibility. You don't understand what you've done, he whispers. I understand perfectly, Batman says as the last screen goes dark. I chose the only Gotham that matters. The real one. First light breaks over the city's eastern towers. Color bleeds back into a world that had forgotten it. Below, people emerge from their homes, blinking at a sun that feels both familiar and strange. The GCPD leads lodge members from the brownstone in handcuffs. Gordon watches the sunrise, his memories settling back into proper order. Behind him, Bullock throws away a week's worth of unchanged coffee. On street corners, strangers gather to compare watches, confirm what day it is, to reassure themselves Others remember the endless night. Some speak of it like a shared dream. Others find themselves checking the sky compulsively, as if the sun might vanish again. A hot dog vendor gives away free coffee to anyone who can tell him yesterday's baseball scores. No one can, but he serves them anyway. In the cave, Barbara Gordon's screens show a city returning to its natural rhythm. A single timeline, imperfect but real. But in certain neighborhoods, residents still report strange echoes. Phantom crimes that may or may not have happened. Memories that didn't quite match. Like aftershocks from a temporal earthquake. Alfred brings Bruce coffee as they watch the sun climb higher. Was any of it real? Bruce asks. All those other versions of Gotham. Real enough to those who wanted to believe in them, Alfred replies. But perhaps not as real as this moment. Above them, Gotham greets the dawn. Not a perfect city, not a changed one, but one that faces its darkness and endures, writing its own story, one sunrise at a time. Even if some of its citizens now pause, just for a moment, when the sky grows dark, remembering how close they came to an eternal night. The gargoyle had moved. Batman crouched on the rain-slick ledge of St. Mary's Cathedral, studying the grotesque carved face 20 feet away. He'd passed this particular gargoyle, a horned demon with a serpent's tongue, exactly 137 times in his patrol routes over the past 3 years. Its head had always faced east, toward Crime Alley. Tonight, it faced north, toward Gotham Cemetery. The rain hammered against his cowl, each drop a small percussion in the symphony of Gotham's decay. He'd been tracking the Maroney crew for 3 hours, following a trail of fierce sweat and gunpowder through the cathedral district. But this was wrong in a way that made his scarred knuckles ache. Batman. Gordon's voice crackled through his earpiece, cutting through the rain's static. We've got another one. He fired his grappling gun without looking, already knowing where the cable would find purchase. The city was muscle memory now. Every ledge and outcropping mapped in scars across his knuckles. But tonight, familiar geography felt shifted, like a painting hung 1 degree off level. Address: the Crane Building, apartment 4B. 8-year-old girl named Amanda. The Crane Building. Another restoration project. Another piece of Gotham's Gothic architecture returned to its original glory. Batman changed trajectory mid-swing, noting as he moved that every gargoyle he passed, devils, dragons, twisted human faces, all faced the same direction. North. Always north. He landed on the Crane Building's roof, where rain pooled in depressions that hadn't been there 6 months ago. The renovations had added weight to the structure, decorative stone that served no purpose except to echo some ancient aesthetic. Batman's fingers found purchase on a newly installed gargoyle. A weeping angel with too many eyes. It was warm to touch. The Crane apartment was too familiar. Shattered window from inside, parents in shock, detectives taking photographs of nothing. Batman examined the windowsill while Gordon filled him in on the details that were becoming a pattern. 3rd kid this month. All buildings with recent restoration work. All between 7 and 9 years old. Gordon lowered his voice, and Batman heard the fear underneath the professional tone. All from founding family bloodlines. Batman's fingers found what he was looking for. A fine, grey dust on the sill. He rubbed it between his gloved fingers. Stone dust, but damp, fresh, and something else. A residue that made his skin crawl beneath the Kevlar. Tell me about the other children, Batman said, scraping the dust into an evidence file. Sarah Elliott, 7. Thomas Cobblepot, 9. Both vanished from locked rooms with windows facing north, Batman finished. Toward the cemetery. Gordon frowned, water dripping from the brim of his glasses. How did you... The gargoyles, Batman said. They've moved. Before Gordon could respond, Batman was gone, leaving only an open window, the lingering scent of rain and leather. But as he swung through the storm, he couldn't shake the feeling that stone eyes were tracking his movement. In the cave, Alfred found him, hunched over the computer at 4 a.m., surrounding monitors displaying the architectural surveys of Gotham from the past 2 centuries. The tea service sat untouched, Earl Grey growing cold in China that had belonged to Martha Wayne. Master Bruce, may I suggest Solomon Wayne was part of something? Bruce didn't look up from the screens, his fingers dancing across keyboards with the same precision he used to dismantle firearms. Society. They call themselves the Architects of Gotham. Alfred set down a fresh cup carefully, noting the tremor in Bruce's hand. Exhaustion, perhaps, or something else. Your ancestor was many things. Businessman, a philanthropist, and a member of a secret society that designed this according to principles I can't decode. Bruce pulled up another screen. Mathematical equations overlaid on city plans. Geometries that seemed to shift when viewed directly. Look at the patterns. The placement of every major building. Every gargoyle, every... Sir. Bruce turned. Alfred stood perfectly still, face pale in the cave's blue glow. In 30 years of service, Bruce had seen that expression exactly twice. Miss Gordon is on the emergency line. The Crane Girl has returned. The drive to the Crane building took 12 minutes. Bruce made it in 7, the Bentley's engine screaming through empty streets. He took the stairs 3 at a time, still in his rumpled shirt and slacks, playing the concerned family friend. The Wayne Foundation had renovation contracts with half the buildings in Gotham. It wasn't unusual for Bruce Wayne to show personal interest. What was unusual was what he found in Amanda Crane's bedroom. The girl sat at her small desk, still in her pajamas, the same ones she disappeared in 3 days ago. Her parents huddled in the doorway, afraid to enter their own daughter's room. The walls were covered in drawings, not the stick figures and rainbow houses of an 8-year-old. These were architectural blueprints of impossible complexity. Amanda's hand moved with mechanical precision, creating buildings that couldn't exist, streets that folded in on themselves, and everywhere, gargoyles, thousands of them, their faces all turned toward a central point, marked with a symbol Bruce recognized from Solomon Wayne's journal. A serpent eating its own tail, wrapped around a Gothic spire. Amanda, he said softly, kneeling beside her chair. She looked up. Her eyes were still blue, still 8 years old, but something swam behind them. Something older than Gotham's foundations. Fundamentum, she said, in perfect Latin. Sub fundamentum, civitasque numquam debut esse. The foundation, beneath the foundation. The city that should never have been. Her voice carried harmonics that made Bruce's teeth ache. She returned to her drawing, adding details to a structure that seemed to exist in more than 3 dimensions. Bruce photographed each page, noting recurring elements, spiral geometries that reminded him of fractals, mathematical sequences that resolved into perfect but natural symmetry. Mrs. Crane, Bruce said quietly, not taking his eyes off Amanda. Has she said anything else? She speaks sometimes, but not in English. We think it sounds Latin. The woman's voice broke. Sometimes it doesn't sound like language at all. Bruce stood slowly, his mind already cataloguing what he'd need from the cave. I have contacts at Gotham University. Linguistics might help. Keep her comfortable. Don't try to stop her drawing. Outside, every gargoyle in Gotham turns its head another degree north. The sub-basement beneath Wayne Tower didn't exist on any blueprint. Batman discovered it by following Amanda Crane's drawings, translating her impossible architecture into real-world locations. The tower's foundation supposedly sat on solid bedrock, but her sketches showed empty space where 3 feet of concrete should be. He'd had to use controlled explosives, much to Alfred's dismay. Master Bruce. Alfred's voice came through the comm, tinged with disapproval. While I understand the urgency, perhaps destroying Wayne property, there's a door here, Alfred. Batman stood at the edge of the hole he'd created, staring down into darkness that seemed to swallow his tactical lights. Cut stone. Pre-colonial. That's impossible. The geological surveys were wrong. Or edited. Batman rappelled down, his cape brushing against walls that felt wrong. Too smooth, too perfect, carved with tools that left no marks. I'm going silent, If I don't report in 2 hours, activate contingency 7. The passage beyond was older than Gotham, older than New Amsterdam. The walls were carved from stone that didn't match any local geology, covered in that same serpent and spire symbol. But here the carvings moved. Not quite alive, but not quite still. They writhed in the corner of his vision. "30 feet down, the passage opened into a chamber. And there, in an alcove, Solomon Wayne's journal. The letter was perfectly preserved, treated with something that left an oily residue on Batman's gloves. He opened it carefully. Reading by light seemed to dimmer here, as if the darkness had weight. October 31st, 1763. Me and Gani were right to fear this place. Should have listened. Crown saw only opportunity. Elliot only profit, Cobblepot only power. By the time I understood what we were building upon, it was too late. The foundations were set. The bargain was made. Batman read on, his breath misting in the unnatural cold. We are not founders. We are jailers. Every street, every building, every grotesque, we place above. All are bars in a cage. The city itself is a seal. We Waynes must be its eternal watchmen. Lest what sleeps below should wake. The calculations were pinkies. Mad, they called him. But his mathematics were sound. Sacred geometry, he said. Each angle calculated to contain. Each gargoyle positioned to watch. But I fear we have built not a prison, but a pressure valve. And pressure given time must release. A sound echoed from deeper in the tunnel. Not quite footsteps, more like stone grinding against stone. Perhaps something fast turning in its sleep. Batman followed. The tunnel descended at angles that shouldn't have been stable. Skull's navigation system gave contradictory readings. He was somehow both 50 feet below the surface and 500. The walls grew older as he descended, carved with pictographs that predated human civilization. They showed a city was also an entity. Buildings that were organs, streets that were veins. At the tunnel's end, he found a vast chamber. The ceiling vanished into darkness his lights couldn't pierce, but the floor was covered in children's toys. Hundreds of them. Dolls, wooden horses, tin soldiers. Some looked colonial era. Others were clearly modern. Each toy was positioned precisely, forming a pattern that echoed Amanda's drawings. Batman knelt, examining a porcelain doll that couldn't have been less than 2 centuries old. Its face was turned north, toward a wall covered in names. Founding family names, each followed by a date. The dates were 13 years apart. Always 13. The renovation company operated out of a restored Victorian on the East End. Cyrus Pinckney and Associates, returning Gotham to its original glory. The building itself was a testament to Gothic revival architecture. All pointed arches and grotesque ornamentation. Batman slipped through shadows that seemed deeper here, more eager to hide him. Inside, he found Marcus Pinckney, great-great-grandson of Gotham's mad architect, standing before a wall of blueprints. Not modern blueprints, the originals, drawn in ink that looked like dried blood and parchment that felt like skin. Beautiful, aren't they? Pinckney didn't turn around. He was tall, thin to the point of emaciation. His fingers stained with stone dust. My ancestor spent his final years in Arkham, drawing these. Everyone thought he was mad, but he was the only one who saw clearly. You're destroying the seal. Pinckney laughed. Sound like breaking stone. Destroying? I'm completing it. Do you know why Gotham breeds madness, Batman? Why every shadow hides a monster? Why every year brings new horrors? He turned, and his eyes held that same swimming darkness Batman had seen in Amanda Crane. But deeper, more aware, as if something vast was looking out through human pupils. Because we built a cage where we should have built a temple. We tried to imprison a god. And gods, Batman, gods do not forgive. The lights went out. In the darkness, stone ground against stone. Something that might have been laughter echoed from every corner. Batman's night vision flickered, showing him things that couldn't be there. Walls breathing, floors rippling like water, and Pinkney's shadow extending in directions that didn't exist. When the lights returned, Pinkney was gone, but the blueprints remained, and they showed Batman exactly what he'd feared. Gotham, rebuilt according to the original design. A city that was also a doorway. He photographed everything, but the images corrupted as soon as they saved. Whatever Pinkney was planning, it didn't want to be recorded. 3 more children returned that night. Like Amanda, they spoke dead languages and drew endless plans. But now Batman could read the pattern. Each child held a piece of the whole. Together, their drawings formed a complete blueprint. Not just of a city, but of a ritual. Thomas Cobblepot drew the foundation. Spiral geometries that hurt to perceive. Sarah Elliott sketched the framework. Buildings that were also summoning circles. And Amanda Crane drew the capstone. A structure, Gotham's heart, where all the lines converged. Batman found Amadeus Arkham Jr. in a wing of the asylum even the doctors had forgotten. The maximum security ward sub-basement, behind doors that hadn't been opened for some time. 102 years old, and kept alive by machines that shouldn't have been functioning. I knew Awhile would come, Arkham wheezed through ancient lungs. Your family always comes when the sleepers stir. Tell me about the founding. My father understood at the end. Arkham's fingers, twisted with age, traced patterns in the air that reminded Batman of Amanda's drawings. Why his patients drew on the walls? They weren't mad. They were trying to warn us. The city is a mouth, Batman. And it's been chewing for centuries. The founding families were fools. Crown, Elliot, Gobblebot, Kay, and Wayne. They thought they could make a deal with something that existed before human thought. They built a city to contain it, defeated the mad and the broken. Arkham's laugh was dust and bitter memory. But appetites grow. And now it's waking up. How do I stop it? Stop it. Stop it. Arkham's eyes widened, pupils dilating till they were all darkness. Boy, your family has been feeding it for 200 years. Every criminal you catch, every madman you fight, you're not saving Gotham. You're keeping it fed. Violence, the insanity, the endless cycle of horror. That's the offering. That's what keeps it sleeping. Batman felt something cold settle in his chest. Every night, every patrol, every villain locked in Arkham only to escape again. An endless cycle that he'd never been able to break. Because it was never meant to be broken. But the children, the children are learning the true language. The tongue of angles and pressure, stone and hunger. When they speak in unison, when they stand where the lines converge. Arkham gripped Batman's arm with surprising strength. The sleeper wakes. The city transforms. And everything Solomon Wayne built to contain becomes a birth canal for something that should never be. That night, Batman stood atop Gotham Cathedral, watching the city through different eyes. Every gargoyle in sight had turned completely north, waiting. Oracle's voice came through his ear. Batman, we've got movement. Every child who disappeared, they're walking north. Their parents can't stop them. They're not responding to anything. He could see them from his perch. Small figures moving through the streets with purpose. The pajama-clad forms navigating the urban landscape. They converged on Gotham Cemetery, where the founding families had first broken ground on their impossible city. And above them, the gargoyles began to crack. The first gargoyle fell at midnight. It landed in Robinson Park, a horned demon the size of a car. For a moment, it lay still among the crushed flower beds and shattered benches. Then stone became flesh, or something between. It rose on limbs that bent in too many places and began to hunt. Batman intercepted it 3 blocks from the cemetery. The thing moved wrong, like stop-motion given substance. Each movement a series of frozen poses that hurt to track. His fists found only yielding stone that reformed after each blow, absorbing impact and redistributing it through a body that defied physics. Physical attacks are ineffective, he reported to Oracle, dodging talons that left gouges in concrete deep enough to expose rebar. They're falling all over the city. GCPD is overwhelmed. Bruce, what are these things? I think they're guardians, he said, finally understanding as the creature's head swiveled toward him with the sound of grinding millstones. But not for us. The gargoyle's eyes were not carved from stone, something organic, wet and aware. In them, he saw recognition. It knew him, knew his bloodline, knew his purpose. It bowed, a movement that sent cracks spreading through the street, then continued toward the cemetery. Batman followed, keeping pace with something that moved between the raindrops. The children had gathered in Gotham Cemetery's oldest section, where weathered headstones bore the names Wayne, Crown, Elliot, Kane. They stood in a circle, small bodies positioned at precise points that transformed the cemetery to a vast, geometric figure. Their hands moved in unison, drawing in the air. Where their fingers passed, lines of light remained, building something 3-dimensional and wrong. The light wasn't any color Batman could name. It cast shadows that fell upward, illuminated things that weren't there. Through it, he could see the cemetery as it truly was. Not a resting place for the dead, but a clock face counting down to something inevitable. Batman dropped among them, his boots cracking weathered marble. Amanda. She turned, that swimming darkness deeper in her eyes now. The other children turned with her, moving in perfect synchronization. When they spoke, it was in a harmony that made the air bleed. The Guardian comes, as was promised. as was paid for. These children aren't currency. Not currency. Architects. We've been teaching them the true language. The one your ancestor used to build the cage. She smiled, with 8-year-old teeth that were too sharp, too many. But every lock can be opened from inside. The ground shuddered. Cracks spread from where the children drew, revealing not the earth below, but worked stone, ancient stone, pre-human stone. The cracks widened, and through them came a sound. Breathing. If breathing could be done by something the size of a city. The city below, Amanda whispered. The other children echoed her in frequencies that made Batman's bones resonate. The first city. The right city. Batman reached for his grapnel, but the children's light drawings flared. The cemetery ground fell away like a trapdoor, revealing a vast cavity beneath Gotham. The sides were carved stone, descending beyond his cowl sensors, and below, a city. But not like any city human minds could conceive. Buildings that grew like coral, twisted into shapes that extended in more than 3 dimensions. Streets that spiraled in helixes that fed back into themselves. Architecture that breathed, that pulsed, that watched. And at its heart, something so vast, Batman's mind refused to process. Refused to process it as a single entity, breaking it down into components. An eye here, a mouth there. Tentacles that were also towers, teeth, but also bridges. It had been growing for centuries, feeding on Gotham's madness, building itself from the city's pain and fear. Every murder, every scream, every drop of blood spilled in Gotham's streets had fed into this thing. This uncity that dreamed of rising. You see, Pinckney emerged from the shadows, gargoyles flanking him like an honor guard. His face was different now, angles that hadn't been there before, too many joints in his fingers. We tried to contain divinity with geometry, but gods reshape reality to their will. More figures emerged, not just Pinckney, but others Batman recognized. City planners, architects, historians, all bearing the subtle wrongness of those who had looked too deeply into Gotham's true nature. They moved like gargoyles, stop-motion smoothness that made his eyes water. Every city has a soul, Pinkney continued. But Gotham's soul existed before this city. We built on top of something that was already here, already waiting. Solomon Wayne thought he could cage it with sacred mathematics, but mathematics bow to older truths. The children's drawing was nearly complete. The light structure towered above them, a three-dimensional mandala that twisted space around itself. Through it, Batman could see the city below rising, Gotham above beginning to shift. Buildings leaning toward the cemetery, like flowers toward a dark sun. Batman looked at the children, at the gargoyles, the city reshaping itself. Then, he did what Wayne's always done. He adapted. "Oracle," he said, activating his comm. "Evacuate a 10-block radius around the cemetery. Tell Gordon." "Bruce?" Oracle's voice crackled with static. "The whole city is moving. Buildings are... It's like they're walking. The architecture, it's almost alive." He could see it from the cemetery's elevation. Gotham's skyline writhed, skyscrapers bending like reeds, smaller buildings clustering together like frightened animals. The city was becoming what it had always meant to be. Unless someone paid the price it had always demanded. The cave was deeper than even Batman had known. Following Solomon Wayne's journal, he descended past the platforms and computers past the underground river to where natural limestone gave way to worked stone. He moved quickly but carefully, aware that time was running out. Above, he could hear the city groaning, reality straining at its seams. The true foundation of Wayne Manor, the original seal. It was a chamber, circular in design, every surface covered in that same serpent and spire motif. But here at the center was more. An altar of black stone that seemed to absorb light, carved with words in a language that predated human speech. Solomon had left instructions, encoded in architecture and madness. The city demands a guardian. The city demands a story. The sleeper demands a dream. Batman understood. The city was a cage, yes, but also a contract. Founding families hadn't just built on an entity. They'd built with it. Gotham's madness was the price, but also the key. And now, the contract breaking, someone had to renegotiate. He carved the symbol into his palm with a batarang, serpent and spire, blood and stone. The wound burned with cold fire, spreading up his arm like frostbite and fast forward. gargoyles had always been guardians, but not against the entity. They were its emanations watching for someone worthy to renegotiate the contract. The altar drank his blood greedily, each drop disappearing into stone that was not stone. The chamber shook, dust falling from the carvings that began to move, writhe to reach. Above, Gotham convulsed, buildings twisted into impossible shapes. The sky cracked like glass, revealing not stars, but eyes. Thousands of them all focused on the city. The barrier between what was and what waited grew tissue thin. Batman placed his bleeding hand on the seal. Contact. The entity didn't have a voice. It had a presence, vast and crushing, older than continents. It pressed against Batman's mind like deep water, threatening to flood every synapse with truths too large for human comprehension. The contract is void. The city transforms. The seal breaks. No. Batman held to his will like a rope in a hurricane. His mind was a fortress built from trauma and discipline, and he would not yield. I invoke the right of blood. Wayne Blood built the seal. Wayne Blood maintains it. The maintenance has failed. The food grows thin. Madness alone cannot sustain. Images flooded Batman's mind. Gotham's history of horror. Every villain. Every tragedy. He saw it all from the entity's perspective. Not as crimes or catastrophes, but as offerings. The Joker's chaos, carefully cultivated. Two-Face's duality, a representation of the city's own split nature, the cycle of violence that never ended, because it was never meant to end. Then we make a new deal. The presence paused, curious. In that pause, Batman saw the truth of it. The entity wasn't evil. Evil was a human concept too small for something so vast. It was hunger given form, need made manifest. It had existed before humans evolved, would exist long after they were extinct. But it could be bargained with, because even gods understood commerce. You fed on madness, because that's what we offered. But Gotham has more than that now. It has stories, legends, myths. Batman stood, feeling stone creep up his bleeding hand, like a glove made of mountain. It has Batman. Every criminal lord I stop adds to this legend. Every night I patrol builds this myth. Fear of me rivals the fear of you. The stone reached his wrist, cold and final. I offer you that. Not just madness, but mythology. Let Gotham stand as it is. Broken, but not destroyed. Let the children go. In exchange, I become part of the seal. Eternal guardian. Eternal story. The entity considered through its alien perspective. Batman saw himself reflected in 1,000 iterations. The young boy in an alley, the man in the cave, shadow on the rooftop, but more than that. He saw what he had become in Gotham's collective unconscious. A figure of shadow and fear, grown larger than human, approaching myth. Children whispered his name to keep safe at night. Criminals feared him. Even in daylight, people looked to the shadows knowing he might be there. He had become Gotham's modern gargoyle, and myths had power. The children return to their homes, their minds wiped clean. They are architects of nothing but their own futures. The city remains as it is, twisted, broken, breeding ground for the strange and terrible, but human. Our madness, our choice, and you become what I've always been, Gotham's guardian, but now, eternally. Stone climbed past his elbow. Do we have a deal? You understand the price. Not death, not sleep. Awareness without rest. Guardian without relief. The city's pain will be your pain. Its madness, your atmosphere. Forever. Batman thought of Alfred, brewing tea in a cave that would soon be empty. Of Dick, preparing to become his own man. Of all the soldiers in his war who would have to continue without their general. He also thought of Amanda Crane, throwing nightmares at her little desk. Of all the children who would grow up in Gotham's shadow. Of the city that, for all its darkness, deserved a chance to choose its own fate. I accept. Then become. Pain. The transformation. Not the sharp agony of injury. Batman knew that intimately. This was deeper. Fundamental. His body remained flesh where it needed to. Became stone where it didn't. He felt his consciousness expand, touching every gargoyle in Gotham, seeing through 10,000 eyes. The children in the cemetery collapsed as one, the light structure dissolving. Parents would find them in their beds, remembering only strange dreams. The gargoyles froze mid-motion, becoming decoration once more. But where decoration? Watching. The city below sank back into slumber, but lighter now, feeding on story instead of suffering. It would still hunger. Such things always did. Batman would feed it. Dawn came to Gotham, finding the city changed but not transformed. Buildings stood again. Shadows fell again. The city was still mad. Still the breeding ground for the bizarre. But it was human madness, chosen madness, and that made all the difference. On the Cathedral of St. Mary, a new gargoyle perched, larger than the others, wings spread in protection of threat. Gazed over the city with eyes that were almost alive. Those who saw it swore it looked like a giant bat. In the Crane apartment, Amanda woke with no memory of her disappearance. She would grow up to be an architect, driven by dreams of impossible buildings, designing structures that were beautiful. As night fell on the city, the gargoyle's eyes opened. Stone and flesh, guardian and prisoner. Batman spread wings that were almost stone and descended into his city. Crime had returned to Gotham streets. It always would. That was the bargain, the price, the fuel that kept darker things at bay. Now it served a purpose beyond feeding an ancient hunger. Built legend. Strengthened the story. Commissioner Gordon noticed a change over the following weeks. He noticed the way Batman's voice now carried harmonics of grinding stone when it came over the radio. I am what Gotham needs me to be, Batman replied. The figure before Gordon was solid, real, but also not. Like looking at a statue that might move or shadow that had gained mass. The children remember nothing, as it should be. But they dream, Gordon. They all dream. And in their dreams, Gotham is protected. The mission never ends. The city never sleeps. The Guardian never rests. And in the pre-dawn darkness, if you knew where to look, you could see the gargoyles turn their heads, following their newest brother as he hunted through the city it should never have been, protecting it from the thing that always was, feeding it stories instead of souls. Batman, Guardian, Gargoyle, forever. The Penguin surveyed Gotham's skyline from his penthouse, the city's lights reflecting off his crystal tumbler of scotch. Oswald Cobblepot, for that was his real name, allowed himself a rare moment of satisfaction. Carmine Falcone's body was barely cold. The last of the old guard eliminated with surgical precision. The Penguin's empire now stood unchallenged, built not on bluster and brutality, but on cunning and calculated moves. He raised his glass in a silent toast. Gotham's new era was about to begin, and he would be the one writing its rules. Over the past 6 months, Gotham's criminal landscape had transformed. The fall of kings, they called it in hushed whispers. One by one, the city's entrenched crime bosses had met their ends in ways that seemed, to the untrained eye, like cruel twists of fate. Maroni, found floating in the harbor. Falcone, a heart attack at his daughter's wedding. Thorne, a car accident on a clear night. But the Penguin knew better. Each death was a masterpiece of subtlety, a brushstroke in his grand design. He had played the long game, cultivating allies, exploiting weaknesses, and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Now, with the old guard swept away, the real work could begin. Across the city, in the deep depths beneath Wayne Manor, a different kind of satisfaction eluded the Batman. Bruce Wayne's eyes narrowed behind his cowl as he pored over crime scene photos and police reports. At first glance, the deaths appeared unconnected, tragic, but hardly suspicious. Yet something nagged at him, a pattern just beyond his grasp. Master Bruce, Alfred's crisp voice cut through his concentration. Perhaps a fresh perspective might be in order. Batman grunted, not looking up from the scattered documents. There's a connection here, Alfred. I can feel it. Indeed, sir. But might I suggest you're looking in the wrong place? The butler's tone held a hint of hesitation. These deaths, they remind me of something from your father's time. That caught Batman's attention. He swiveled in his chair, fixing Alfred with an intense stare. What do you mean? Alfred sighed, his shoulders sagging slightly under the weight of long-buried memories. There was a time, before you were born, when Wayne Enterprises had complicated relationships with certain elements of Gotham society. Your father worked tirelessly to sever those ties, but some roots run deep. Batman finished, a cold realization settling in his gut. He turned back to the computer, fingers flying across the keyboard. Old Wayne Enterprises records flashed across the screen. Financial statements and property deeds from decades past. As the pieces began to fall into place, Batman's jaw clenched. The very empire he'd inherited, the legacy he'd sworn to protect, was built on a foundation far murkier than he'd ever imagined. And someone out there, someone with intimate knowledge of Gotham's darkest secrets, was using that history to reshape the city's underworld. The game had changed, and Batman found himself on unfamiliar ground. To unravel this mystery, he'd have to confront not just Gotham's present dangers, but the long-buried sins of its past. And as the shadow of the bat stretched across the city, another figure watched him from the shadows. A prodigal son with scores to settle and an empire to reclaim. The Gotham Gazette's front page screamed in bold type, "Prodigal Wayne returns." Below the headline, a photograph showed a man with piercing eyes and a disarming smile. Michael Wayne had come home, and Gotham was abuzz with speculation. In the marbled lobby of Wayne Tower, camera flashes erupted as Michael strode confidently to the podium. He cut a striking figure, tall, impeccably dressed, with a charisma that seemed to electrify the air around him. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice smooth, I stand before you today, not just as a Wayne, but as a son of Gotham. He paused, letting the words hang in the air. For too long, I have watched from afar at this great company. The legacy of my family has drifted from its true purpose. In the crowd, reporters scribbled furiously, hanging on every word. Michael's eyes swept the room, a hint of steel beneath the charm. My cousin Bruce is a good man, with a good heart. But Wayne Enterprises needs more than good intentions. It needs vision. It needs someone who understands Gotham's soul, its darkness, and its light. As Michael outlined his plans to revitalize the company, promising a return to the golden days of Thomas Wayne's era, a different scene unfolded across town. In the Iceberg Lounge, the Penguin watched the press conference on a muted television, his expression unreadable. "Victor," he called, not taking his eyes off the screen. A scarred man materialized from the shadows. "What do we know about this Michael Wayne?" Victor, the Penguin's most trusted lieutenant, cleared his throat. "He's been off the grid for years, boss. Rumors put him somewhere from South American jungles to European casinos. But before that," he hesitated. "Go on," the Penguin prompted, an edge creeping into his voice. "Before that, he ran with some heavy hitters. The kind of crowd that makes even the old families nervous. There were whispers about deals gone bad, bodies left in his wake. Nothing concrete, but smoke rarely exists without fire," the Penguin finished. He remembered now. A younger Michael Wayne, hungry and reckless, at the fringes of meetings that should have been far above his pay grade. The Penguin had dismissed him as a spoiled rich boy, playing at being a gangster. Now, watching Michael work the crowd with practiced ease, he realized his mistake. This was a shark that had tasted blood, returning to familiar waters. "Keep eyes on him," the Penguin ordered. "Every move, every meeting, every whisper. I want to know what game he's playing." As Victor nodded and melted back into the shadows, the Penguin turned his gaze back to the television. Michael Wayne was looking directly at the camera now, his smile never reaching his eyes. "Gotham deserves better," Michael was saying. And I promise you, we will make enterprises great again. The penguin's fingers tightened on his glass. He'd worked too hard, planned too carefully, to let some prodigal upstart upset the board now. If Michael Wayne thought he could waltz back into Gotham and claim a throne, he was in for a rude awakening. The Batcave hummed with a quiet intensity as Bruce Wayne pored over dusty ledgers and faded photographs. Each new discovery was a blow to the very foundation of his crusade. "My God, Alfred," he murmured, running a hand through his hair. The reach of it. Construction contracts to known mob fronts, consulting fees that reek of protection money. How deep does this go? Alfred's face was a mask of sorrow. Your father fought to change things, Master Bruce, but the Gotham of his day, it required certain compromises. Bruce's jaw clenched. Compromises that built an empire on blood money. As Batman grappled with his family's darker legacy, across town, the Penguin was holding court. His inner circle gathered in a hidden room beneath the Iceberg Lounge. Faces etched with concern. Michael Wayne, the Penguin began, is not to be underestimated. He knows things, old secrets, buried grudges, and he's using them to rebuild alliances we thought long dead. A murmur rippled through the room. The Penguin raised a hand for silence. Thomas Wayne, he continued. He was a complicated man. To the public, a paragon of virtue. But to us, well, let's just say he was a man who understood the delicate balance that kept Gotham from tearing itself apart. He let the implication hang in the air. Michael aims to upset that balance. He's promising a return to the good old days, when the families ruled openly and Wayne Enterprises greased the wheels. As the Penguin outlined his plans to counter this threat, Michael Wayne was making moves of his own. In smoky backrooms and exclusive clubs, he whispered of past glories and future riches. To the children and grandchildren of fallen crime lords, he offered redemption. The Penguin's new order is built on sand, Michael would say, his eyes glittering with promised violence. Together, we can reclaim what's ours, what's Gotham's. The city found itself caught between two visions of its future. The Penguin's controlled chaos versus Michael's promise of unbridled power. Old loyalties were tested, new alliances forged in blood. And at the center of it all, Batman found himself torn. Every punch thrown against Michael's growing coalition felt like a betrayal of his family name. Every blind eye turned to the Penguin's machinations, a compromise of his principles. It was on a rain-slicked rooftop that the Penguin finally made his move. Batman tensed as the crime lord emerged from the shadows. Umbrella twirling idly. Unusual weather we're having, the Penguin remarked casually. Batman's eyes narrowed. What do you want, Cobblepot? To offer you a choice, my caped friend. A partnership of sorts. I don't work with criminals. The Penguin chuckled. And yet here we are, both trying to keep Gotham from burning. He stepped closer. Michael Wayne would see this city torn apart in his quest for power. I offer stability. At what cost? Less than you might think. I've worked hard to build something here, Batman. Something that keeps the worst impulses of this city in check. Help me maintain that balance, and I'll give you something you've never had before. Batman's fists clenched. And what's that? The Penguin's smile was razor thin. A Gotham where the innocent can sleep soundly at night. Isn't that what you've always wanted? As the rain pounded around them, Batman found himself facing an impossible choice. The ideals he'd sworn to uphold versus the pragmatic reality of a city on the brink. And looming over it all, the spectre of his family's sins, demanding to be answered for. The uneasy alliance between Batman and the Penguin cast long shadows over Gotham. In the grimy alleys and glittering penthouses alike, whispers spread of a new order taking hold. Crime rates dipped, businesses flourished, and for the first time in living memory, a fragile peace settled over the city. But for Batman, every night was a tightrope walk. Each tip-off from the Penguin Each coordinated takedown of Michael Wayne's operatives left a bitter taste in his mouth. He told himself it was for the greater good, that the ends justified the means. But in the dark hours before dawn, doubt gnawed at him like a hungry rat. Meanwhile, Michael Wayne's star continued to rise. His public persona was a beacon of hope and nostalgia, promising a return to Gotham's golden age. In boardrooms and charity galas, he spoke of restoring the Wayne legacy, of making Gotham great once again. But behind closed doors, his words took on a darker tone. Remember when Gotham had real power, he'd say to the children of fallen crime lords. When our family shaped this city's destiny, the Penguin and his pet bat have made us weak. But together, we can reclaim what's ours. As Michael's influence grew, so did the unrest in Batman's inner circle. Nightwing was the first to voice his concerns. "This isn't you, Bruce," Dick Grayson argued. "Working with Cobblepot? Turning a blind eye to his operations? Where does it end?" Even Alfred, ever loyal, couldn't quite hide his disquiet. "I fear, Master Bruce, that in trying to save Gotham, you may be losing yourself." As Batman's world threatened to unravel, a new crisis emerged. A series of crimes began to rock the city, each one a twisted echo of Gotham's bloodiest chapters. The Falcone family crest, painted in blood at a massacre in the financial district. A warehouse of Wayne tech, destroyed in a blast that mimicked the infamous Maroni bombings of the 1970s. With each incident, Michael Wayne was there, offering sound bites of outrage and promises of swift justice. But Batman saw the pattern emerging. These weren't random acts of violence. They were calculated strikes, designed to evoke the city's darkest memories and stir up old resentments. "He's playing us," Batman growled, "using Gotham's history against us, trying to destabilize everything we've built." The Penguin, for his part, was feeling the pressure. His carefully constructed empire began to show cracks as old allies, swayed by Michael's promises, started to defect. In the Iceberg Lounge, the atmosphere grew tense. Bodyguards eyeing each other warily as the Penguin barked orders into encrypted phones. "This ends now," he snarled to Batman during one of their clandestine meetings. "I've worked too hard, sacrificed too much, to let that preening upstart tear it all down." For once, Batman found himself in complete agreement with the crime lord. But as they plotted their counter-offensive, a nagging thought refused to leave him. In trying to save Gotham from its past, had he inadvertently set the stage for its darkest chapter yet? The city held its breath, caught between the fading echoes of old vendettas and the looming promise of a new war. And in the eye of the gathering storm, Batman prepared not just to face Michael Wayne, but the consequences of his own compromised ideals. The Gotham Convention Center buzzed with anticipation. Journalists, business leaders, and curious citizens packed the auditorium, drawn by Michael Wayne's promise of a revelation that will reshape Gotham's future. On stage, Michael's charismatic smile belied the venom in his words. "For too long," he proclaimed, "we've been fed lies about the great Wayne legacy." With a theatrical flourish, he unveiled a series of damning documents on the giant screen behind him. "Today, I expose the truth." What followed was a meticulous deconstruction of Wayne Enterprises' sordid past. Ledgers detailing payoffs to crime families, contracts for money laundering operations, even Thomas Wayne's personal notes, outlining strategies to manipulate Gotham's underworld. The crowd gasped and murmured as each new piece of evidence was presented. In the back of the room, Bruce Wayne stood frozen, his world crumbling around him. Across town, the Penguin watched the live broadcast, his face a mask of cold fury. This wasn't just an attack on the Waynes. It was a declaration of war against the very system he'd worked so hard to build. As the press conference ended, chaos erupted. Wayne Enterprises' stock plummeted. Protesters gathered outside Wayne Tower, demanding answers. And in the shadows, the remnants of Gotham's old crime families began to stir, emboldened by the prospect of reclaiming their former glory. Batman found himself in an impossible position. Every attempt to counter Michael's claims only seemed to dig a deeper hole. His allies, already strained by his alliance with the Penguin, now looked at him with a mixture of pity and suspicion. I always knew the Wayne fortune was built on blood, Selina Kyle purred. But this, Bruce, how could you not have known? The penguin's carefully constructed order began to fracture. Long-suppressed rivalries flared up as his lieutenants sensed weakness. In the dimly lit back rooms, allegiances shifted like sand in the wind. It was only a matter of time before the powder keg ignited. The spark came in the form of a brazen attack on one of the Penguin's key operations. Michael Wayne's newly emboldened forces struck hard and fast, leaving a trail of bodies and a clear message. The old ways were back. The Penguin retaliated with cold efficiency, targeting Michael's supporters with surgical precision. Within days, Gotham was plunged into an all-out gang war. The streets ran red as old vendettas were settled and new battle lines drawn. Batman found himself torn between two impossible choices: to stand aside and let Gotham tear itself apart, or to wade into the fray and risk exposing even more family secrets. As he swung through the chaos-filled streets, the weight of his dual identities had never felt heavier. Each punch thrown against Michael's forces felt like a betrayal of the Wayne name. Every move to curtail the Penguin's retaliation, a compromise of his principles. Gotham became a chessboard of shifting loyalties and desperate alliances. Former enemies found common cause in the face of greater threats. The lines between hero and villain, once so clear in Batman's mind, blurred beyond recognition. In the Batcave, Alfred watched with growing concern as Bruce pushed himself to the brink, trying to be everywhere at once. Master Bruce, he ventured cautiously. Perhaps it's time to consider that some secrets are better left buried. Your father, my father, built an empire on lies and blood money, Bruce snapped. And now I'm paying the price for his sins. As the war raged on, Batman realized that stopping the violence was only part of the challenge. To truly save Gotham, he would have to confront the ghosts of its past and his own. But with each passing day, as the body count rose and the city teetered on the brink of anarchy, that goal seemed out of reach. In his penthouse sanctuary, Michael Wayne gazed out at the burning city. a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Everything was going according to plan. Soon, Gotham would be reforged in fire, and from its ashes, a new order would rise. His order. The Gotham clock tower struck midnight as the confrontation atop Wayne Tower reached its crescendo. Batman, the Penguin, and Michael Wayne clashed in a brutal three-way struggle, each fighting for their vision of Gotham's future. Michael, his charismatic mask slipping, revealed the full extent of his madness. Gotham belongs to the Waynes, he roared, brandishing a gun. To me. The ensuing fight was vicious. Batman found himself pushed to his limits, torn between subduing Michael and defending against the Penguin's opportunistic strikes. The observation deck became a battlefield, rain-slicked and treacherous. In the chaos, Michael's recklessness grew. He fired wildly, bullets ricocheting off steel beams and shattering glass. His eyes blazed with a mixture of desperation and triumph, all pretense of restoring Gotham's glory days, abandoned in favor of raw destruction. The Penguin, ever the survivor, saw his chance. As Batman dodged another of Michael's shots, the crime lord struck, his umbrella concealing a hidden blade. But Michael, paranoid and hyper-alert, caught the movement. What followed was a fatal miscalculation. Michael, attempting to evade the Penguin's attack while still targeting Batman, lost his footing on the wet surface. He stumbled, teetering at the tower's edge. For a split second, Batman moved to save him, family instinct overriding everything else. But Michael, consumed by hatred and fear, lashed out one final time. He fired at Batman, the shot going wide. But the recoil was enough to send him over the edge. Michael Wayne fell, not with a noble sacrifice or final redemption, but with a scream of rage and terror that was quickly swallowed up by the howling wind and the chaos of the city below. As the echo of the gunshot faded, Batman and the Penguin found themselves in an uneasy standoff. The immediate threat was gone, but the night's consequences were only beginning to unfold. Dawn broke over a Gotham forever changed. The Wayne family's dark secrets were now public. The city's power structure lay in shambles, and the line between justice and vengeance had never seemed blurrier. Batman stood amidst the aftermath. The weight of his family's legacy and his own compromised ideals heavy on his shoulders. The real work, rebuilding Gotham, confronting the sins of his past, and forging a new path forward, was only just beginning. And in the shadows, the Penguin slipped away, already calculating how to turn this chaos to his advantage. In Gotham, the game never truly ended. It only evolved. The fall of Michael Wayne and the exposure of long-buried secrets had shattered the old order, leaving a power vacuum that threatened to plunge the city into further chaos. In an unprecedented move, Bruce Wayne called a conference on the steps of City Hall. The crowd gathered, a mix of journalists, citizens, all held their breath as he approached the podium. For too long, Bruce began. The Wayne name has been synonymous with Gotham's prosperity. Today, I stand before you to tell you the truth. What followed was a frank admission of his family's complex history and the city's underworld. Bruce outlined deals made, compromises struck, and the thin line between progress and corruption that his ancestors had walked. But Gotham is more than its past, he continued. It's more than the Wayne legacy. It's all of us. And it's time we build a future worthy of that. Bruce announced the creation of a public oversight committee for Wayne Enterprises, as well as a massive investment in community programs and infrastructure renewal. It was a bold move, one that would reshape Gotham's economic landscape. As the crowd murmured and cameras flashed, a figure watched from the shadows. The Penguin, Oswald Cobblepot, assessed the changing tides with the shrewd eye of a survivor. In the weeks that followed, Gotham's underworld underwent a seismic shift. The Penguin, realizing that the old ways were no longer viable, reinvented himself. He leveraged his connections and knowledge to become an information broker, operating in a grey area that was neither fully legal nor entirely criminal. His network became invaluable to both law enforcement and the business world, allowing him to maintain influence while adapting to the new status quo. As Gotham rebuilt, both physically and institutionally, a new understanding of justice began to take shape. It was no longer simply punishing criminals, but addressing the root causes of crime and corruption. The city's criminal element, too, evolved. Without the old family structures to fall back on, many turned to legitimate businesses or smaller operations. 1 year after Michael Wayne's fall, Gotham was changed. Not a utopia. It would always have its dark corners and struggles, but it was a place where hope and accountability had taken root. As Batman stood atop a gargoyle, surveying the city he had sworn to protect, he reflected on the cost of truth and the power of redemption. The Wayne legacy would always be a part of him, but it no longer defined him. He was, first and foremost, Gotham's protector, not its secret keeper. And in a quiet booth at the back of the Iceberg Lounge, the Penguin raised a glass to the new Gotham. It wasn't the empire he had dreamed of, but in this complex ecosystem, he had found a niche that allowed him to thrive. As always, he would adapt, survive, and profit. Gotham had faced its demons and emerged scarred but standing. The long night was over. A new dawn had begun. June 1st. It's been a long day. I got to the precinct early, hoping to catch up on some paperwork. Maybe even enjoy my coffee before the chaos kicked in. The place was already buzzing, but in that weird, tense way, it makes you feel like everyone's waiting for something to happen. I tried to ignore it, focus on my desk, but then Gordon called me into his office. When I walked in, he just stood there for a second, looking at me with that serious look he gets when things are bad. He didn't say anything right away, just pointed to the chair. So I sat down. Finally, he slid a folder across my desk. I didn't have to open it to know what it was about, but I did anyway. And there it was. Crime scene photos, reports, witness statements. All of them telling the same story. The Joker was back. Gordon let out a sigh, rubbing his temples. "We're putting together a task force," he said. "And I want you to lead it, Marcus. And Sarah will be your partner." Now, I didn't say anything at first, just stared at the file. The Joker. I thought I'd put all that behind me, but I guess Gotham has other plans. It's been years since the last time, but it still feels fresh, like it all happened yesterday. The laughter, chaos, feeling that nothing makes sense. Anyway, I finally looked up at him, just nodded. I could see Sarah through the glass, leaning against her desk, watching us. She had that focused look she gets, like she's already 10 steps ahead. She caught my eye, gave me a small nod. I nodded back, trying to convince myself that I was ready for this. But deep down, I'm not so sure. I know what going after the Joker means. I know what it does to you. I've been there before, and I barely made it out. But Gordon's right. We don't have a choice. This is our job. This is Gotham. And when the Joker shows up, you don't get to sit on the sidelines. You have to dive in, no matter how deep the water gets. June 15th. It's been 2 weeks since we started the task force. And, I'm already feeling the strain. The Joker's been leaving his mark all over the city. And every day is something new. This morning, Sarah and I got a call about a street vendor who witnessed something last night. When we got there, he was sitting on the curb next to his cart, just looking like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes were wide, his hands were shaking, and he kept glancing around like he expected the Joker to pop out of the shadows at any moment. It took a while to get him calm enough to talk. At first he was just rambling, words tumbling out of his mouth. But eventually, he started to make some kind of sense. So I decided to jot down his exact words, just to make sure I didn't miss anything later. This is what he said. He was there, in the alley, just standing there, laughing. I didn't even see him at first, just heard that laugh. It was the kind of laugh that gets under your skin, like he was laughing at something only he could see. I looked up, and there he was, not even trying to hide. He just stood there grinning, like he knew something I didn't. I thought he was gonna do something, but he didn't. He just kept on laughing. It wasn't until I tried to move that he finally said something. He leaned in real close, so close I could smell the paint on his face. And he said, "You're the punchline." Just like that. Just like that, you're the punchline. Then he turned around and walked away, like it was nothing. Just kept laughing as he walked down the alley. I don't know what he meant by that. I can't stop hearing it though. It's like it's stuck in my head, playing over and over. We stayed with him a bit longer, but he just kept repeating himself, like a broken record. The line, "You're the punchline," is what keeps sticking with me for some reason. There's something about that feels off. Usually a joke is all about causing chaos, making a scene, but this just feels different. Back at the precinct, I went over the notes again, trying to make some kind of sense of it. I was focusing on the words, trying to find some hidden meaning when Sarah pointed something out I'd missed. She'd taken a closer look at the vendor's cart, found a small shard of glass on the ground nearby. It was tiny, barely noticeable, but it had a strange, almost jagged edge, like it'd been broken off of something. I don't know what it means yet. The Joker doesn't do anything by accident. Every detail matters with this guy. Sarah's good at spotting things like that. Little details that others might overlook. That's one of the reasons I'm glad she's on this case with me. You're the punchline. What the hell does that even mean? On a different note, I found an old pack of gum in my desk drawer. I think it's been there for over a year. I don't even like gum, so I have no idea how it ended up there. Probably Sarah's doing. I should get some sleep, but my mind won't stop racing. At least the coffee here is strong. I'll need it tomorrow. July 1st. I've been at the precinct almost around the clock these days. I can't stop going over every detail, every scrap of information we've got. I think I've started piecing together what I think is a much bigger picture. It's not just a Joker pulling his usual stunts. There's something else happening. Same names keep popping up in reports and whispers. Old politicians, businessmen, even some cops. And then there's the crimes themselves. They're not random. Not at all. They're like a series of moves in a game that only the Joker knows the rules to. Sarah's been watching me, saying I need to step back, and that I'm trying to see connections that aren't there. But I can't ignore what I'm finding. These people, these places, they're all tied together in ways that are too deliberate to be coincidence. It's like the Joker is playing with us, playing with the city, and everyone is a piece on the board. I'm not sure if it's the late nights or if I'm on to something real, but it's all starting to make sense, some kind of twisted way. Today we had an interview with Callahan, one of Gotham's longtime politicians. He's a slippery one. Always seems to land on his feet, no matter what mud he's been dragged through. I don't trust him. Not one bit. The guy's been around too long, knows too much. When we sat down with him, he wasn't even fazed. In fact, he seemed almost amused by the whole thing. You know, Detective, Gotham's always been this way. It's a city that thrives on chaos. People like the Joker, they aren't just freaks running loose. They're part of the ecosystem, like wolves thinning out the herd, keeping everything in check. The Joker, he's not the disease, he's the symptom. You take away the Joker, and what do you have? A city that's got no one to blame for its problems but itself. Batman tries to be the cure, but he's just the other side of the coin. Gotham needs people like the Joker. Without him, the city would eat itself alive. You're too focused on the Joker, Detective. You're missing the bigger picture. This city is rotten to the core. The Joker just exposes what's already there. And Batman? He's just putting a band-aid on a bullet wound. The way Callahan talked about it, like Gotham needs the Joker to keep going. Yeah, that somehow connects in my head. I don't know how to explain it, really. Like, maybe we're all just playing our parts in some sick game. And the Joker's the only one who sees it for what it really is. Sarah gave me a look after the interview. You know, some kind of look that said, I'm concerned, but I'm frustrated, Marcus. She thinks I'm buying into Callahan's crap. And, maybe a part of me is. I hate to admit it, but there's a logic to it. Gotham is broken. It has been for a long time. The Joker I guess he highlights the cracks. And Batman, well, sometimes I wonder if he's really making things better, or just keeping the cycle going. I need to clear my head. I haven't slept much all day, and then when I do, all I see are these twisted visions of Gotham, spinning out of control. Maybe Sarah's right. Maybe I'm getting too close to this. Or maybe I'm finally starting to see things the way they really are. Anyway, I'm out of coffee again. I'll grab some more and try to get some sleep. At least enough to stop my hands from shaking. July 20th. I'm not even sure how to write this. My hands are still shaking. My mind's been racing since I got home. I've been feeling off all day. Like there's something out of sight, waiting. I didn't think much of it at first. We've all been on edge. And I haven't slept right in weeks, but tonight was different. So, I came home late, past midnight, hoping to just crash out. Shut my brain off for a few hours. Listen to a sleep story. But the moment I opened the door, I felt something was wrong. My place isn't exactly a fortress, but I'm careful. I always make sure the door is locked. Double check it, triple check it sometimes. But tonight, I don't know. The air inside felt wrong, heavy, like someone had just been there. I went straight to my desk, grabbed my keys, and that's when I saw it. A playing card. Just sitting there, right in the middle. The Joker's face staring up at me. That sick, mocking grin. I couldn't breathe. Felt like the room was spinning around. I don't know how he got in. I don't even know how long the card's been there. Could have been sitting there for hours. Days even, I guess. And I wouldn't have known. He knows. I think. I think he knows I'm onto him. He's been watching me, playing with me this whole time. I wanted to call Sarah straight away. Tell her everything, but what do I say? I've been seeing shadows in every corner, hearing footsteps when no one's there. She think I'm losing it. Maybe I am. But this card is real. He's watching me. I can feel his eyes on me every second, waiting for me to slip up. I haven't told Sarah about the nightmares either. They've been getting worse. Every time I close my eyes, I'm back in that alley. The one where I first saw him all those years ago. But now, it's different. Now it's not just me. It's the victims, the witnesses, all of them there with me, laughing. Their faces twisted into that same grin. Their eyes blank and empty. And he's there too, just watching. Always watching. He never speaks. He just smiles. Like he knows something I don't. I don't know what to do. Part of me wants to tear my place apart. Look for cameras, bugs, anything that says he's been here. But I know I won't find anything. He's too smart for all that. He's always 10 steps ahead. Always watching. And now he's inside my head. I feel like I can't even trust my own thoughts anymore. Every time I close my eyes, I see that card, that grin. I hear him laughing at me. I feel like I'm losing myself, and I don't know how to stop it. I should tell Sarah, I know I should. But what if this is exactly what he wants? What if he's trying to push me over the edge, make me doubt myself, doubt her? I need to sleep. Maybe I'll just stay up. At least then I'll know what's real and what isn't. At least then I know I won't have to see his face smiling at me, mocking me. God, I need to get out of my own head. August 5th. I'm starting to connect the dots. Every lead we followed, every crime scene, they're all pieces of a bigger picture. It's not just random. There is a pattern. The Joker isn't causing chaos for the sake of it. I can see it if I squint hard enough. Tonight, I stayed late at the precinct again. going over all the files. Sarah walked in. I could tell straight away by her expression that she wasn't happy. She's been on edge lately, I think, more than usual. And I think my obsession with the case is wearing on her. She came in and asked what I was doing. And when I tried to explain, she cut me off. She said I was going too far. That I'm starting to see things that aren't there. She accused me of losing perspective, letting the case get the better of me. I try to explain to her, that we need to get inside the Joker's head to catch him. That we can't just play by the book anymore. And I guess that's when things got pretty heated. I suggested we use some unorthodox methods. Push the boundaries a bit to get ahead of him. Nothing crazy. Just thinking outside the box. But Sarah wasn't having it. She said, what was it? We can't compromise our integrity. And that once we start breaking the rules, we're no better than he is. We went back and forth, neither of us budging. She stormed out eventually, and I was left there alone, staring at the mess of papers and notes I'd covered the desk with. I know she's worried, and maybe she's right, but I can't help thinking that if we don't push ourselves, if we don't take risks, we'll never catch him. After she left, I saw Gordon's notes. He's concerned about how we're handling things. How the tension is affecting the team. I get it. I get it. But I got the feeling I'm onto something big here. We're close. I just wish Sarah could see that. I need to figure out a way to get her on board. Make her understand that sometimes you have to bend the rules to catch a guy like the Joker. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think we have a choice anymore. August 25th. I've been wrestling with this all day. We're running in circles, getting nowhere. And I'll tell you, I'm sick of it. There's this guy we've been keeping an eye on. Just some low-level thug with a long rap sheet and some loose ties to the Joker. I know he's involved somehow, but he's too smart to give us anything we can use. There's no way we're getting a warrant with what little we got on him. Sarah's been saying we need to stay patient. Keep doing things by the book. But I'm starting to think that's exactly what the Joker wants us to do. Get bogged down in red tape while he keeps pulling the strings. This guy's hiding something. I'm sure of it. He's been acting too calm, too collected, like he knows we can't touch him. I've been thinking, maybe it's time to take matters into my own hands. I know how that sounds, but we're not gonna catch the Joker just waiting around. If there's something in this guy's house that could lead us to the Joker, we can't just let it sit there because we're afraid to get our hands dirty. I haven't really slept in days. It's like he's always there, lurking in the shadows of my mind. I can't do this much longer. Not without doing something. Anything. So, I'm going over there tonight. I know it's a risk, but what choice do I have? I've got my tools. And if I find something that helps us catch the Joker, then it'll be worth it. If not, well, I'll deal with that later. But I'm tired of waiting. Tired of these goddamn nightmares. It's time to act. September 10. Case notes. Subject: official warning to Detective Marcus Kane. From Captain James Gordon. Summary. Detective Marcus Kane has been formally reprimanded following a breach of protocol. An unauthorized entry into a suspect's home occurred on August 26. Despite the lack of a warrant, Detective Kane proceeded to search the premises, which he justified by claiming an urgent need to advance the Joker case. Details: protocol violation. Detective Kane entered the suspect's residence without obtaining a search warrant, violating department policy and legal standards. Consequences: Detective Kane is issued an official warning. Any further violations will result in a suspension pending investigation. Psychological evaluation. Results from a recent evaluation indicate elevated stress levels among all task force members, particularly Detective Kane. The assessment notes increased paranoia, obsession with the case, and signs of burnout. Note from Detective Sarah Reeves. Detective Reeves submitted a separate report expressing concern for Detective Kane's well-being. She recommends that he take mandatory leave to address his mental health and regain perspective on the case. Marcus's response. During the debrief, Detective Kane revealed that he found what he believes to be critical information during the unauthorized entry. According to Kane, he uncovered details pointing out to a potential location of the Joker's hideout. Kane claims the evidence discovered confirms the Joker's next move, something that could finally end the cat and mouse game they've been playing. Marcus's objection. Detective Kane expressed frustration with the decision to involve Batman, stating that he no longer trusts the vigilante's approach. He argues that Batman's presence in Gotham complicates the work of law enforcement and believes that the task force could handle the situation more effectively without outside interference. Captain's conclusion. Detective Kane is officially warned against further violations of protocol. The evidence he claims to have found will be reviewed, and appropriate action will be taken following standard procedures. A follow-up psychological evaluation of Detective Kane is recommended. I remain concerned about the growing tension with the task force and the increasing friction between Kane and Reeves. Further steps may be needed to ensure team cohesion and prevent burnout among key members. October 15th. Case notes. Filed by Detective Sarah Reeves. Subject: failed raid unsuspected Joker hideout. Summary: the task force conducted a raid on a location suspected to be the Joker's hideout, based on intelligence obtained by Detective Marcus Kane during an unauthorized search. The raid was a failure, resulting in multiple officer injuries and no apprehension of the Joker or his associates. The operation has raised serious concerns regarding the validity of the intelligence and the overall strategy being employed by the task force. Details of the raid. Location: abandoned warehouse on the east side of Gotham, previously believed to be used by the Joker. Operational overview. The raid was launched at 0300 hours with a team of 12 officers, including Detective Kane and myself. The approach was made under cover of darkness to maximize the element of surprise. Entry teams breached the main entrance and side doors simultaneously. Incident. Upon entry, teams were met with a series of booby traps. Explosive devices and smoke bombs were triggered, causing chaos and disorientation. Officers were caught in a crossfire from multiple directions within the warehouse. It became immediately apparent that the operation was compromised. Casualties: Officer Ramirez sustained a gunshot wound to the shoulder. Officer Blake suffered a concussion and several minor burns. 3 additional officers received minor injuries. No fatalities reported. Several officers are undergoing medical evaluation. Outcome: no suspects were apprehended. The Joker and his known associates were not present at the scene, and there was no evidence suggesting they had been there recently. The location appeared to have been rigged, specifically to thwart the raid. Marcus Kane's reaction. Following the failed operation, Detective Kane became agitated, asserting that the department had been set up. He argued that the Joker had orchestrated the entire raid to discredit him, and that someone within the department was feeding the Joker information. Kane's accusations included claims that key operational details had been leaked, compromising the safety and effectiveness of the raid. Conspiracy allegations. Detective Kane suggested that the Joker has a mole within the Gotham Police Department. He stated that the precision of the traps and the timing of the attack indicated foreknowledge of the raid. His theory is that the Joker or his associates were tipped off by someone with inside knowledge. Psychological state. Detective Kane's current state is a matter of concern. His paranoia has escalated following the raid, and he is convinced that the task force is being deliberately undermined. He has expressed distrust in several members of the department and is adamant the Joker is manipulating events from within. Kane's accusations have created further tension within the team. Some officers are beginning to question the validity of the intelligence used for the raid, and whether it is safe to continue following leads by Detective Kane. Conclusion. The failure of the raid has set back the investigation significantly and has led to a breakdown in trust within the team. It is unclear whether the intelligence provided was intentionally misleading, or if the Joker anticipated our actions and set a trap. The case continues to evolve unpredictably, and the Joker's ability to stay one step ahead remains a significant challenge. Further investigation is necessary to understand the extent of his influence and ensure the safety of all officers involved in this case. Date unknown. I haven't left my apartment in what feels like forever. Time's lost its meaning. Everything scattered. Papers, files. All of it's a mess. I've been staring at them for hours, trying to make sense of it all. The Joker's been pulling the strings from the start. Every lead, every clue. It's like he knew what we'd do before we even did it. We've been chasing our tails and he's just been laughing at us the whole time. I keep thinking I've missed something. Something important. It's all starting to blur together. I can't tell what's real anymore. Even Sarah. She was here yesterday, or was it today? I don't know. She looked at me differently. Like she knows something I don't. I don't know if I can trust her. I don't know if I can trust anyone. Maybe I'm just losing it. Maybe that's what he wants. November 15. Case notes. Captain James Gordon. Subject: Major Joker attack. Incident report and aftermath. Summary. On the night of November 15th, a major attack orchestrated by the Joker occurred in the downtown area. The attack appeared to be aimed directly at Detective Marcus Kane and the task force involved in the Joker case. During the incident, Detective Sarah Reeves sustained severe injuries while protecting Detective Kane. Shortly after the attack, Detective Kane went missing from Gotham General Hospital, prompting a city-wide alert for his location and return. Location: Gotham City Financial District. Event description: at approximately 2200 hours, Detective Marcus Kane and Detective Sarah Reeves following up on a lead about the Joker's whereabouts when a series of explosive devices detonated. The explosions were strategically placed around the area, causing significant structural damage and chaos. Joker's involvement. Evidence at the scene, including the Joker's signature playing cards and a pre-recorded message broadcast over loudspeakers, confirmed his involvement. The message taunted the Gotham City Police Department and specifically mentioned Detective Kane by name. The message read as follows: Gotham is a joke, and Kane is the punchline. Officer down. Detective Sarah Reeves was gravely injured while shielding Detective Kane from falling debris caused by explosions. She suffered multiple fractures, a collapsed lung, and significant blood loss. First responders on the scene provided immediate medical assistance before transporting her to Gotham General Hospital. where she remains in critical condition. Detective Kane's status. Detective Kane sustained minor injuries during the attack, but was otherwise physically unharmed. However, following his arrival at the Gotham General Hospital and learning about Reeves' condition, Kane became increasingly agitated and uncooperative. At approximately 0200 hours, Kane left the hospital without clearance or notifying any attending personnel. Security footage later confirmed his unauthorized departure. Actions taken. City-wide alert. Given the nature of Kane's disappearance and the heightened state of his psychological profile, a city-wide alert has been issued for his immediate location and return. All officers have been advised to approach with caution, considering the recent escalation in his behavior and the potential risk of his current state. Next steps. A full review of the attack is underway, focusing on how the Joker was able to anticipate and target the task force so precisely. Internal investigations are also being conducted to ensure no further leaks or compromises within the department. Detective Kane's unauthorized departure is a serious concern. His recent actions suggest a potential compromise in his mental state and his safety, along with the safety of others, is of paramount importance. All available resources are being deployed to locate him as quickly as possible. Date unknown. I don't know how long it's been. Days, weeks. Doesn't matter. It's all clear to me now. The Joker's been showing me the truth, peeling back the layers, and I finally understand. This city, this whole system, it's a joke, and I'm the punchline. I used to think I was chasing him, but he was leading me. Sarah tried to protect me, but she never understood. She was loyal, always did what she thought was right, even when it cost her. But I see now that loyalty is wasted on a city that's rotten from the inside out. Gotham doesn't need another hero or another cop pretending to play by the rules. It needs someone who gets the joke, who sees the punchline. That's who I am now. Not Marcus Kane. Not a detective. Just another part of the punchline. I see it now. It's time to laugh. December 5th, Gotham Gazette. Headline: Joker strikes again with new accomplice. Gotham is in shock after a series of brutal new crimes linked to the Joker, this time with a mysterious accomplice by his side. Rumors are swirling that the accomplice could be former Gotham detective Marcus Kane, who disappeared last month under suspicious circumstances. Captain James Gordon has vowed to bring both criminals to justice, stating, "We will not stop until they are behind bars." Meanwhile, Detective Sarah Reeves is reported to be recovering from her injuries and remains determined to find Kane and end the Joker's reign of terror. The sun dipped below the jagged skyline of Gotham City, painting the heavens in a bruised purple hue. The city, a labyrinth of towering skyscrapers and winding streets, pulsed with life. The air was thick with a cacophony of honking cars, shouting vendors, and the distant wail of sirens. It was a symphony of chaos, a discordant melody that had become the heartbeat of this restless metropolis. On the streets, people hurried about their lives, their faces a blur of expressions, some weary, some hopeful, others etched with the weight of untold stories. A woman clutched her purse tightly as she navigated the crowded sidewalk, her eyes darting nervously at the shadows that seemed to flicker with menace. A group of teenagers laughed raucously, their voices carrying over the din of traffic. Then suddenly, without warning, a wave of silence swept across the city, like an ethereal tide. It started in the heart of Gotham, a ripple that quickly expanded outward, engulfing everything in its path. The once lively streets fell silent, as if a great hand had muted the world. People froze in mid-step, their expressions morphing from confusion to fear, as they realized the magnitude of what had just occurred. In an instant, the city was plunged into an eerie silence. The honking of the cars, the chatter of the voices, even the distant wail of sirens, all of it had been swallowed by an unnatural quiet. Panic began to set in as people frantically checked their phones, only to find them dead, the screens dark and lifeless. Radios sputtered and hissed with static, while television screens flickered with mute, incomprehensible images. The silence was deafening, a vacuum that seemed to suck the very life from the city. It was as if Gotham had been cut off from the rest of the world, isolated in a bubble of unnatural quiet. The people looked to one another, their eyes wide with fear and confusion, their mouths moving in silent screams that no one could hear. As the realization of the situation sank in, chaos erupted on the streets of Gotham. People ran in every direction, their faces contorted in silent panic. Cars collided as drivers, suddenly deprived of their horns, lost control of their vehicles. Emergency services, already stretched thin by the city's usual demands, found themselves overwhelmed. Police officers and firefighters struggled to communicate, resorting to hand gestures and hastily scribbled notes. Paramedics tended to the injured, their soothing words of comfort rendered mute by all-consuming silence. High above the streets, in the gleaming towers of Wayne Enterprises, Bruce Wayne sat in a board meeting, his mind focused on the latest project. When suddenly, the room was plunged into silence. Bruce looked around, his brow furrow in confusion as he realized that the presentation had gone mute. He glanced at his colleagues, their expressions mirroring his own bewilderment. Rising from his seat, Bruce excused himself from the meeting, his mind already racing with possibilities. He strolled through the hallways of Wayne Enterprises, and as he reached his private elevator, he pulled out his phone, only to find it dead. A sense of unease settled over him, a feeling that this was no ordinary technical malfunction. With a sense of urgency, Bruce soon exited the building, his destination clear in his mind, the Batcave, his sanctuary and base of operations. As he stepped into the cavernous space, the silence seemed to press in on him from all sides. Bruce knew that he had to act quickly to unravel the mystery behind the sudden onset of silence. For if there was one thing he had learned in his years as Gotham's guardian, it was that the city's silence often harbored its greatest threats. And as the city descended into its silent chaos, a figure emerged from the shadows, a spectre of purpose amidst the confusion. On the giant screens that adorned Gotham's skyscrapers, a masked face appeared, its features obscured by a sleek black helmet. The eyes, hidden behind tinted lenses, seemed to bore into the very soul of the city. The figure, known only as the Silencer, began to speak through text that appeared as subtitles on the screens. People of Gotham, the message read, for too long you have been enslaved by noise and distractions. The relentless cacophony that pollutes our lives. Today, I have gifted you with silence, a chance to reflect on the true nature of our existence. The text continued to scroll across the screens, revealing the source of the city's sudden silence, a device known as the quietus field. The Silencer claimed this technology had the power to mute the entire city of sound and technology, heralding a new era of peace and tranquility. But the Silencer's message took on a more personal tone. I know the pain of living in a world consumed by noise, the subtitles read. I have witnessed firsthand the destruction it can wreak on the human psyche, the way it tears apart the very fabric of society. The Silencer spoke of a world driven mad by the constant barrage of sound, a world in which true peace was impossible. Yet, their full motives remained shrouded in a mystery, in a tantalizing puzzle waiting to be unraveled. And deep within the Batcave, Bruce Wayne, now clad in the iconic costume of Batman, sat hunched over his array of computer screens. His eyes narrowed as he analyzed the data streaming in from across the city, his mind racing to make sense of the situation. Batman soon discovered the presence of the quietus field, an energy signature unlike anything he had encountered before. With urgency, he made his way to the upper levels of the Batcave, where his trusted ally, Alfred Pennyworth, awaited. Using a combination of written notes and hand gestures, the two men began to piece together the puzzle. As they communicated in silence, Batman and Alfred realized that the technology behind the quietus field was not entirely unfamiliar. They recalled a former Wayne Enterprises project designed to combat noise pollution in the city. The project had been shelved years ago, deemed too radical and potentially dangerous. With growing unease, Batman scribbled a note to Alfred, instructing him to dig deeper into the archives. If there was a connection between the quietus field and Wayne Enterprises, they needed to uncover it quickly. And so, in the depths of the Batcave, Alfred pored over the old files, his brow furrowed in concentration. As he sifted through the data, a name emerged. Dr. Lynette Keyes, a brilliant scientist who had once worked for Wayne Enterprises. Alfred delved deeper into Dr. Keyes' history, uncovering a portrait of a woman driven by a singular obsession, a desire to purge the world of noise pollution. Her ideas, while groundbreaking, had been deemed too extreme, too dangerous for practical application. In the end, she had been fired, her research confiscated, and buried deep within the company's archives. With growing horror, Alfred realized that Dr. Keyes had not taken her dismissal lightly. She had disappeared, vanishing into the shadows of Gotham, her brilliant mind consumed by a thirst for revenge. And now, it seemed, she had returned, armed with a weapon that would plunge the city and the people into an eternal maddening silence. Alfred raced to Batman's side, his notes clutched tightly in his hand. Together, they began to plan their next move, knowing that every moment of silence brought them closer to the brink of catastrophe. As the sun set over Gotham, casting long shadows across the silent city, Batman emerged from the Batcave, a silent spectre on a mission. He moved through the empty streets, his cape billowing behind him like a living shadow. Batman made his way to the Gotham City Police Department, where Commissioner Gordon and his officers were struggling to maintain order in the face of the unprecedented crisis. Using a series of light signals and written messages, Batman began to coordinate with the police force, his keen mind already formulating a plan of action. Commissioner Gordon, a seasoned veteran of Gotham's dark underbelly, adapted rather quickly to the new reality. He dusted off old police codes and signal lights, relics from a bygone era. Signal lamps flickered in the darkness, Morse code punctuating the silence with bursts of light. Gordon set up a command center on the rooftop of the headquarters, where he and his officers communicated with Batman and each other using flashlights, hand signals, and written notes. Batman, using his keen observational skills, began to piece together the puzzle of the quietus field. He identified several key locations throughout the city where the silencer had placed devices to sustain the field, each one a critical node in the network of silence. He marked these locations on a map, sharing it with Gordon. With the locations of the devices mapped out, Batman and the police began to plan a series of coordinated strikes. They would need to move quickly, disabling the devices before the silencer could react. Gordon issued his orders through hand signals, while Batman used a specialized communicator that displayed typed messages. As the night wore on, Batman and the police force set their plan into motion. They moved through the city like ghosts, their movements coordinated, Officers use synchronized flashes to signal their positions. One by one, the devices began to fall, each one a small victory in the battle against the silence. Batman, following a lead, tracked one of the devices to a secluded warehouse on the outskirts of the city. As he approached the building, a sense of unease settled over him. A prickling at the back of his neck that warned of danger. And then, without warning, a figure emerged from the shadows. A silencer, clad in a suit of advanced technology. The villain moved with a fluid grace, their movements eerily silent as they advanced on the dark night. And the battle that followed was unlike anything Batman had ever experienced. The silencer's suit enhanced their physical abilities, creating a formidable opponent in the already silent environment. They clashed in complete silence, their movements a blur of speed and precision. Batman, relying on his honed senses and years of training, fought with a savage intensity. His every blow met with an equally silent counter from the silencer. The warehouse became a stage for a deadly ballet, a silent dance of violence that tested the limits of both combatants. As the fight wore on, Batman began to realize the true extent of the silencer's abilities. The suit not only enhanced the physical capabilities, but also shielded the villain from conventional attacks, making them a formidable opponent. It was a technology unlike any he had encountered before. A real testament to the genius and madness of Dr. Lynette Keyes. In the end, despite Batman's best efforts, the silencer managed to escape, vanishing into the shadows as silently as they had appeared. The Dark Knight, however, did not emerge empty-handed. In the chaos of the battle, he had managed to capture a piece of the silencer's technology, a small device that hummed with an eerie energy. As Batman made his way back to the Batcave, device clutched tightly in his hand, he knew that this battle was far from over. The silencer was still out there, and the quietest field still held Gotham in its eerie grasp. But with the capture technology and the support of Commissioner Gordon, Batman knew he was one step closer to unraveling the mystery and restoring the city to its natural state of ordered chaos. The night, however, was still young, and the sound of shadows still echoed through the streets of Gotham. A silent reminder of the challenges yet to come. In the depths of the Batcave, Batman stood hunched over a workbench, the captured piece of the silencer's technology laid out before him. The device, no larger than a cell phone, hummed with a malevolent energy, its sleek surface belying the complexity within. With a sense of urgency, Batman summoned Lucius Fox, his trusted friend and technological expert. Lucius, a man of unparalleled brilliance, arrived swiftly, his eyes widening as he beheld the device. Together, Batman and Lucius set to work analyzing the captured technology. They pored over schematics and diagrams, their minds racing to unravel the secrets of the quietest field. And as they delved deeper, the disturbing realization began to take shape. The technology, Fox confirmed, was a modified version of a Wayne Enterprises project, a sound and technology pollution control system that had been developed years ago. The project, deemed too dangerous and impractical, had been shelved, its research locked away in the company's most secure vaults. Batman's brow furrowed as he contemplated the implications. Someone had not only accessed the project, but had also managed to modify it, transforming it into a weapon of terrifying power. As Batman and Fox worked to reverse engineer the device, Alfred arrived, his face grave with the weight of the information he carried. Through his tireless research, Alfred had uncovered the tragic past of Dr. Lynette Keyes, the brilliant scientist behind the Quietus field. Dr. Keyes, Alfred revealed, had suffered a devastating personal loss. Her husband, Mark, was consumed by his obsession with technology. Mark, a brilliant software engineer, became increasingly engrossed in developing the Quietus field. His relentless pursuit of this project isolated him from his loved ones and consumed his every waking moment. One night, a tragic accident occurred. Mark, pushing the limits of his invention, caused a catastrophic explosion in their home lab, leading to his untimely death. This event shattered Dr. Keyes, transforming her grief into a radical determination. She vowed to complete the Quietus field, but with a darker purpose. Driven by a desire to prevent others from falling into the same technological obsession that destroyed her husband, Dr. Keyes perfected the Quietus field as a weapon of silence. Her mission was to impose quiet on Gotham, forcing its inhabitants to confront the perils of unchecked technological advancement and creating a more reflective, less chaotic world. Armed with this new understanding, Batman set about locating the source of the Quietus field. Using the data gathered from the captured device and his own extensive knowledge of Gotham's infrastructure, he narrowed down the possibilities. The answer, when it came, was as brilliant as it was disturbing. The central broadcasting device for the Quietus field Batman discovered was located deep beneath the city, in the abandoned subway tunnels that snaked through Gotham's underbelly. Dr. Keyes, in her madness, had transformed the tunnels into her own private sanctuary, a twisted laboratory where she could work undisturbed. She had converted the old subway stations into a vast network of broadcasting hubs, each one a critical node in the Quietus field. As Batman prepared to confront Dr. Keyes and put an end to her reign of silence, he couldn't help but notice the psychological toll the Quietus field was taking on the citizens of Gotham. The prolonged exposure to the unnatural silence was beginning to wear on the populace. Reports of social unrest and violence began to trickle in, as the silence that had once seemed like a blessing became a curse. People, deprived of the comforting sounds of everyday life, began to turn on each other, their nerves frayed to the breaking point. Neighbors, once friendly, eyed each other with suspicion. Batman knew that he had to act quickly before the city descended into total chaos. The abandoned subway tunnels beneath Gotham stretched out before Batman like a labyrinth of shadows and silence. Batman, his cape billowing behind him, descended into the depths. As he moved through the tunnels, Batman relied on the countermeasure device he had developed. A small, handheld tool that emitted a low-frequency hum, creating a bubble of sound around him. It was a small comfort in the oppressive silence. The tunnels were not entirely empty, however. As Batman pressed deeper into the maze, he encountered the victims of the silence. Petty criminals driven mad by the unnatural quiet, their eyes wide and haunted. Terrified citizens who had sought shelter in the depths of the city, huddled together in small groups, their faces etched with fear and desperation. Batman paused to guide these souls to safety. It was a small act of kindness in the world gone mad, a reminder of the humanity that flickered beneath his mask. The tunnel walls, once a dull, uniform grey, began to take on a sinister aspect in the flickering light of Batman's torch. Shadows danced at the edges of his vision, shapeless forms that seemed to whisper and mock in their silence. The air grew thick and heavy, but Batman pushed on, his will as strong as the steel of his armor. As he walked, Batman's thoughts turned to Dr. Lynette Keyes. He thought of the pain she had endured, the loss that had driven her to such desperate lengths. And in a strange way, he understood her motivations. The desire to make the world a better place, to ease the suffering of others. But he also knew that her methods were misguided. That the enforced silence she had inflicted upon Gotham was a twisted perversion of her once noble goals. As he approached the heart of the Silencer's underground lair, Batman steeled himself for the battle to come. He checked his equipment, ensuring that every gadget and tool was in place, ready for use. He took a deep breath and stepped forward into the darkness, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The underground lair was a stark contrast to the tunnels. A twisted laboratory filled with repurposed technology and eerie, silent machinery. Screens flickered with mute data streams, casting ghostly light across the room. In the center stood Dr. Lynette Keyes, now fully transformed into the Silencer. Batman approached with measured steps, his eyes locked onto Keyes. She moved with a predatory grace, her suit enhancing her movements with a silent efficiency. Batman, using his device, spoke, his voice breaking the oppressive quiet. Dr. Keyes, this has to stop. The silence you're enforcing is tearing Gotham apart. The Silencer's response was a silent shake of her head. She activated her suit, and the final battle began. The lair erupted into a silent fury of motion. Batman's gadgets clashed with the Silencer's advanced technology, their movements a deadly dance in the flickering light of the laboratory. Despite her formidable abilities, the Silencer was ultimately no match for Batman's skill and resolve. Using a combination of stealth, gadgets, and psychological insight, Batman managed to disable her suit, bringing the battle to an end. And as the quietest field began to collapse, the sounds of the city started to filter back, a growing crescendo of life reclaiming its voice. Keyes, defeated and remorseful, fell to her knees. Batman approached her. "It's over, Dr. Keyes. The silence has caused more harm than good." Keyes looked up. Her eyes filled with tears and regret. Batman lifted her to her feet, guiding her out of the lair. He ensured she was taken into custody, but with a recommendation for psychological care rather than punishment. As he emerged from the tunnels, Batman was greeted by the rising dawn and the renewed soundscape of Gotham. The city was alive once more, and its citizens beginning to recover from the ordeal. Batman stood for a moment, just reflecting on the night's events and the fragile balance between silence and noise, order and chaos. In the days following the defeat of the Silencer, Gotham City slowly began to emerge from the shadow of silence that had gripped it. The streets, once eerily still and empty, gradually filled with the familiar sounds of life. For the citizens of Gotham, the recovery was a gradual process. They stepped out into the sunlight, as if waking from a long and troubled dream, blinking in the brightness of a world suddenly filled with noise and color. In the weeks that followed, a new appreciation for the sounds of the city began to take hold. People paused to listen to the bustle of the streets, the chatter of birds in the trees, the laughter of children at play. They savored the simple comfort of conversation, the warmth of a friendly voice, the reassurance of human connection. And in the quiet depths of the Batcave, Bruce Wayne sat at his computer, his eyes scanning the screens that displayed the latest news and updates from across the city. Alfred stood by his side, steaming cup of tea in hand. "It's remarkable, isn't it?" Bruce mused. "How quickly the city can bounce back from even the darkest of times." Alfred nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Gotham is a resilient place, Master Bruce. It has seen its share of darkness, but it always finds a way to rise again. Bruce leaned back in his chair, eyes distant and thoughtful. I've been thinking a lot about the balance between silence and noise, he said. Now both are necessary in their own ways. As Batman, I rely on the silence. The ability to move unseen and unheard. But as Bruce Wayne, I need to be attuned to the noise, to the voices and needs of the people. Alfred placed a hand on Bruce's shoulder, his touch a gentle reminder of the support and wisdom he offered. It's a delicate balance, to be sure, but one I have no doubt you will continue to navigate with skill and compassion. Bruce stood, his gaze fixed on the screens before him. I need to be more attentive to the city's needs, he said. I need to listen closely, be more present in both my roles. Alfred nodded, his expression one of quiet pride. And you will be, Master Bruce. You will be. The sun rose over Gotham, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink. And on a rooftop high above the streets, Batman stood, silhouetted against the dawn, cape fluttering in the gentle breeze. Below him, the city stretched out in all its chaotic beauty. Sirens wailed in the distance, a reminder of the ever-present challenges and dangers that lurked in the shadows. But for now, in this moment of stillness and calm, Batman allowed himself a small smile. He knew that there would be more battles to come, more trials to face, but he knew he would be ready to meet them head on. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the cool, crisp air of the new day. Then, with a final glance over the city, he turned and leapt from the rooftop. His cape spreading out behind him like the wings of a great, dark bird. The dark night, a silent guardian, the watchful protector. Batman would be there, always ready to answer the call of those in need, ready to face whatever challenges the future might bring. One sound at a time. Gotham at dusk. A city of contradictions, where gleaming spires pierce the sky, while shadows pool in forgotten corners. From his perch atop Wayne Tower, Batman surveys his domain with the practiced eye of a sentinel who has spent years becoming the very darkness criminals fear. The wind whips his cape into a riot of black fabric against the bruised purple sky. Below, the city pulses with light and noise. His city. Tonight, like most nights, he feels the weight of his parents' memory. Thomas and Martha Wayne, pillars of virtue, gave their lives in a filthy alley so that Gotham might one day know true justice. Their ghosts have fueled his crusade, their ideals the blueprint for the man, the symbol he has become. But tonight, something else gnaws at him. Premonition, perhaps, or maybe just the weight of a decade's worth of battles finally settling into his bones. Quiet evening, Master Bruce. Alfred's voice crackles through the cowl's communication system. Too quiet, Batman replies, his voice a measured gravel. Something's brewing, Alfred. I can feel it. He doesn't know yet that the coming storm won't arrive with the Joker's manic laughter or Scarecrow's hallucinogenic fear toxin. That this battle won't be fought with fists and gadgets alone. That when it's over, the foundation upon which he's built his entire existence will be irreparably cracked. The truth is coming for Gotham, for the Waynes, for Batman himself. And no Kevlar armor can stop it. The first incident occurred on a Tuesday. Nothing dramatic, Just a historical plaque outside the Gotham Natural History Museum, defaced, with a peculiar symbol. A quill pen crossed with a key, surrounded by a circle of thorns. By Wednesday morning, 6 more plaques across the Diamond District had been similarly marked, all commemorating locations connected to Gotham's founding families, all bearing the Wayne name. "Vandalism," Commissioner Gordon said wearily, handing Batman photographs under the harsh glow of the bat signal. "Not exactly your typical case, but there's something deliberate about it. Some of these plaques were in places even I didn't know existed." Batman studied the images. "Someone's trying to send a message." He traced a symbol with a gloved finger. "This isn't random." "That's what I thought," Gordon nodded, lighting a cigarette. "Especially after this morning." He handed over a thumb drive containing security footage from the Gotham Historical Society. The timestamp read 3:17 a.m. A figure in nondescript clothing, face concealed by shadows, replaced a document in an archive drawer with mechanical precision. Nothing was stolen, only exchanged. Professor Caroline Hughes, the city's preeminent historian, was discredited today, Gordon explained. Apparently, her research on land development in early Gotham contains fabricated sources. She's claiming someone planted false documents in the archives. Three days later, an anonymous video appeared on Gotham's social media channels. The footage was expertly produced. Historical photographs, animation, and scanned documents flowing together in a damning narrative. It detailed how Solomon Wayne had allegedly orchestrated the displacement of an entire immigrant community to build the first Wayne shipping warehouse in 1862, burying all records of the prior settlement. They called me the archivist. A digitally altered voice narrated over sepia-toned images. Because history belongs to those who control the archives. And for too long, that history has been curated by the Waynes and their ilk. Gotham deserves the truth. This is just the beginning. The video went viral within hours. In the Batcave, Bruce Wayne replayed it for the 5th time. His expression hardening with each viewing. Run a voice analysis offered. See if we can identify anything through the modulation. Already attempting to, sir. Alfred's tone was carefully neutral. Too neutral. Though I must say, the historical claims being made are troublingly specific. Bruce turned to his butler sharply. You think there's truth to this? Alfred's hesitation spoke volumes. The Wayne's family archives are extensive, Master Bruce, but not exhaustive. There are periods in your family's history that are less documented than others. I need to know what we're dealing with, Alfred. Fact or fiction? Perhaps both, sir. Alfred's eyes held a shadow Bruce had never noticed before. History is rarely as pristine as commemorative plaques would have us believe. The annual Wayne Foundation Heritage Gala provided the archivist with their next stage. Held in the renovated old Gotham courthouse, a building commissioned by Judge Solomon Wayne himself. The event brought together Gotham's elite to celebrate the city's visionary founding. Bruce Wayne had no choice but to attend. Though Batman remained on high alert. The gala proceeded without incident until the keynote address. As Lucius Fox took to the podium to unveil plans for a new historical preservation initiative, the lights flickered and died. When emergency systems activated seconds later, the massive portrait of Solomon Wayne behind the stage had been replaced by a gruesome political cartoon from 1863, showing a caricature of Wayne standing atop a pile of immigrant bodies while counting gold coins. Projected on every screen in the venue were words from Solomon Wayne's private journal. Words that had never been made public. Progress demands sacrifice. If the lowly must be swept aside for Gotham's ascension, history will vindicate our actions, not theirs. By the time Batman located the source of the transmission, the archivist was long gone, leaving only another symbol etched into the building's cornerstone. The quill and key, surrounded by thorns. That night, Bruce descended into the deepest level of the Batcave, to a section he rarely visited. The Wayne family archives. Boxes and crates of documents dating back centuries. Preserved meticulously first by Alfred's predecessors, and now by Alfred himself. I always wondered when this day would come, Alfred said quietly, entering behind him with 2 cups of coffee. When you would need to look beyond the story of your parents to the longer saga of the Waynes in Gotham. You've read these? Bruce asked, already knowing the answer. Some, yes. Enough to know that great fortunes are rarely built without great compromise. Alfred set down the coffee and reached for a mahogany box on a high shelf. Perhaps we should start with these. Now these are letters between Solomon Wayne and Charles Eliot in the 1860s. Bruce opened the box, revealing yellowed papers tied with faded ribbon. As he read by the dim light, his father's voice, or the memory of it, seemed to fade just slightly in his mind, overlaid now with older, harsher tones from ancestors he'd never considered as anything but names in his illustrious family tree. By morning, he had found gaps in the records, deliberate omissions spanning decades, and And in what remained, troubling patterns emerged. Land acquisitions under suspicious circumstances, political alliances with figures history had judged harshly, decisions that prioritized Wayne prosperity over public welfare. Did my father know about this? Bruce asked, his voice hollow. Alfred's silence was answer enough. The archivist's campaign accelerated with surgical precision. A community health center in the East End, built by Wayne Enterprises on donated land, faced protests after evidence emerged that the property had been seized from a black-owned business in 1922 through manipulated tax codes written by Wayne-funded politicians. The documentation was irrefutable, bearing the signature of Cornelius Wayne himself. Wayne Medical Technologies' flagship research facility shut down operations when historical photographs revealed it stood on the site of toxic waste dumping from early Wayne manufacturing. Contamination that had been concealed from environmental assessments for generations. Independent soil testing confirmed dangerous levels of compounds linked to a cluster of cancer cases that had plagued the surrounding neighborhood for decades. Each revelation came with the same message. The foundation is rotten. Gotham deserves to know what it's built upon. Public opinion began to fracture. Some condemned the archivist as an anarchist or terrorist, while others elevated them to whistleblower status. A crusader exposing the uncomfortable truths Gotham's elite had buried. Protests formed outside Wayne Tower. #Waynegate trended globally. In the GCPD, Commissioner Gordon faced mounting pressure to investigate the Wayne family, based on historical evidence that suddenly seemed everywhere. The mayor's office is breathing down my neck, Gordon told Batman during their rooftop meeting, his expression grim. These aren't just accusations about long-dead ancestors, Batman. There's evidence suggesting Thomas Wayne knew about and covered up some of this. Particularly the environmental issues. Batman remained still as stone. Thomas Wayne was a good man. Maybe he was good inside. But good men can inherit and perpetuate broken systems without questioning them. He hesitated. Look, I don't know what your connection to the Waynes is, but you've always been about justice above all else. If there are victims here, even historical ones, don't they deserve the truth? The cowl concealed Bruce's flinch, but nothing could shield him from the doubt now seating in his own mind. At the manor, Alfred finally broke his reserve after Bruce discovered a sealed letter from his father to an unknown recipient, dated just weeks before his murder. Your father was beginning to uncover things, Master Bruce, Alfred admitted. Inconsistencies in the family accounts. Decisions made by the board that didn't align with Wayne Enterprises. He was troubled by what he found. And you never told me this. He asked me not to burden you with it until you were ready. Then, after their deaths, you forged yourself into Batman with such single-minded purpose, driven by their memory. Alfred's eyes held decades of conflicted loyalty. I couldn't bring myself to complicate the ideal that sustained you. Bruce stood silent, processing this betrayal. Not just Alfred's, but his own parents. The carefully constructed narrative of Thomas and Martha Wayne as perfect guardians of Gotham's soul crumbled around him. The archivist isn't fabricating evidence, he finally said. They're exposing real history. Yes and no, sir. They're revealing selectively, crafting a narrative as curated as the one they're tearing down. Alfred straightened his shoulders. The question is, what do they want beyond exposure? What is their end game? Bruce had barely begun formulating theories when Lucius Fox called with news that Wayne Enterprises' internal servers had been breached. Someone had accessed and downloaded records from the company's most restricted archives. Files even Bruce hadn't reviewed, containing details of acquisitions and partnerships dating back over a century. They're escalating, Bruce said. They've moved from historical grievances to modern-day Wayne operations. That night, following a digital trail deliberately left visible, Batman tracked the archivist to the abandoned Arkham Wing. The original asylum building constructed with Wayne funding in 1855, now condemned and scheduled for demolition. The trap was obvious, but unavoidable. Inside the crumbling Victorian edifice, motion sensors triggered a building-wide audio system as Batman entered. The dark night arrives. The archivist's modulated voice echoed through the decaying halls. Gotham's protector, the Wayne family's unwitting enforcer. Batman moved silently through the shadows, tracking the source. Show yourself. I am showing myself. The parts that matter. Just as I'm showing Gotham what matters about its past. Archival recordings played through speakers. Court testimony. Board meetings. Private conversations captured without consent. Painting a damning picture of Wayne influence across generations. You're manipulating history to suit your vendetta, Batman countered, closing in on the signal's origin. I'm revealing history that was manipulated long before I arrived. The voice dropped its digital distortion suddenly, becoming distinctly human. Female, middle-aged, with the faintest trace of an accent Batman couldn't immediately place. The Waynes have been authoring Gotham's narrative for too long. Batman burst through a rotting door into what once had been the asylum's records room. A figure sat calmly at an antique desk, surrounded by modern equipment. Computers, projectors, communication arrays. Middle-aged, conservatively dressed, wearing archival gloves, as she sorted through yellowed documents. She looked up without surprise. Batman? Or should I call you Bruce Wayne? The floor seemed to shift beneath his feet. Who are you? Dr. Elise Crowley. My great-grandfather was Michael Crowley, a name you won't find in Gotham's official histories. She gestured to a faded photograph of a man standing proudly before a small neighborhood of modest homes. He built Crowley Heights in 1911, a community of factory workers that Thomas Wayne Sr. had raised in 1928 to expand Wayne Industries. 90 families displaced, their history erased, all evidence of their existence purged from city records. Her eyes hardened. Except the evidence my family preserved. Batman remained silent, assessing. Not just a threat, a historian with a mission. The Waynes aren't uniquely evil, she continued, methodically organizing documents even now. Just as uniquely successful at burying their sins, at canonizing themselves as Gotham's saviors, while they helped create the very conditions the city needs saving from. She looked directly at him. And you, their descendant, continue their work, addressing symptoms rather than causes, while the Wayne name remains synonymous with virtue. What do you want? Batman demanded. The complete truth. Nothing more. Nothing less. She pressed a key on her laptop and screens around the room illuminated with a single document bearing the Wayne family crest and Solomon Wayne's signature. Starting with this: the original sin. The document detailed a massacre, 1797. The deliberate poisoning of a Miyagani indigenous settlement by Gotham's founding families to secure the land that would become the city center. The Wayne family had orchestrated the cover-up, establishing their foothold in the new settlement by burying this atrocity. This is why Gotham was built here instead of upriver, Elise explained. This is why the Wayne fortune grew exponentially, while others faltered. This is the bedrock upon which your family's empire was built. Even if this is true, Batman said, his voice betraying nothing of Bruce Wayne's inner turmoil. Exposing it won't change the past. It will only destabilize the present. Sometimes foundations need to be exposed before they can be properly rebuilt. She stood facing him without fear. Tomorrow, this document, and hundreds more like it, will be released to every news outlet in Gotham. The Wayne legacy will be recontextualized, and the city will decide if it wants to continue worshipping false gods. Before Batman could move, the equipment around them began to smoke, set to self-destruct. By the time he'd ensured Dr. Crowley's safety from the small, controlled explosions, she had vanished, leaving only the damning historical evidence behind. That night, as the archivist's revelations spread through Gotham like wildfire, Bruce Wayne stood before his parents' portrait in Wayne Manor's study. Seeing their faces, their legacy, through new eyes clouded with doubt. For the first time in decades, he questioned whether the bat fluttering through his window that fateful night had been an omen not of justice, but of penance long overdue. Gotham convulsed. Protests engulfed Wayne Tower. The mayor demanded investigations. Wayne Enterprises' stock plummeted as shareholders fled the toxic association. Historical sites connected to the Wayne family were vandalized or occupied by activists. In the Bowery and Crime Alley, effigies of Batman burned alongside portraits of Thomas Wayne. Bruce Wayne disappeared from public view as his empire teetered on collapse. Even Batman seemed to vanish from Gotham skies as the city's identity crisis deepened. In the Batcave, Bruce sat immobile before the computer array, watching Gotham tear itself apart through hundreds of surveillance feeds. "3 days without sleep had left him hollow-eyed, processing not just the city's pain, but his own existential crisis. The foundations upon which he built Batman, the moral clarity, the righteous mission, the uncomplicated goodness of the Wayne legacy, had disintegrated beneath him. "Will you be taking the Batmobile out tonight, sir?" Alfred asked, setting down a tray of untouched food from earlier attempts. "For what purpose?" "To defend a lie. To protect a system my family helped corrupt from the beginning." "Perhaps to prevent innocent people from suffering in the chaos." Alfred's tone remained gentle but firm. "The true history may be complex, Master Bruce, but the needs of Gotham's citizens in this moment are quite straightforward." Bruce turned to him, his expression haunted. "How do I separate Batman from the Wayne legacy when they're so fundamentally intertwined? Batman exists because of my parents' death, because of my worship of their memory. May I speak plainly, sir?" Alfred pulled up a chair. An unprecedented familiarity that spoke to the gravity of the moment. "Your parents were neither saints nor villains. They were human beings, navigating a complex moral landscape, carrying the weight of generations before them, while trying to chart a better course." He placed a hand on Bruce's shoulder. "Thomas Wayne was beginning to question the family's past in his final years. The charitable foundation, the reforms at Wayne Enterprises, these weren't just public relations. They were his attempt at course correction. Not enough, Bruce said, bitterly. No, Alfred agreed. Not enough. But it was a beginning. He paused. The question is now, not whether Batman should exist, but what Batman should stand for moving forward. The symbol can evolve, even as the history remains acknowledged. Before Bruce could respond, an alert flashed across the main screen. A security breach at the Gotham Historical Society. Dr. Elsie Crowley had been spotted entering with a team of associates, carrying equipment. Her endgame, Bruce realized, rising with new purpose. She's not just exposing history. She's planning to rewrite it completely. Within the hour, Batman arrived at the Historical Society to find the archivist and her team setting up an elaborate system throughout the building's restricted archives. Technology designed to selectively destroy and replace historical records on a massive scale. This isn't justice, Batman announced from the shadows, causing several technicians to startle. This is the same crime you accused the Waynes of. Controlling the narrative. Dr. Crowley didn't even look up from her work. I'm not erasing history. I'm correcting it. Ensuring that what replaces the Wayne mythology is factually correct. With your interpretation, your emphasis, Batman stepped forward, trading one controlling narrative for another. At least mine is true. Her eyes flashed the fervor of absolute conviction. When this is complete, Gotham will have access to its real history. The city can finally confront its actual foundations, rather than the sanitized version your family purchased. And then what? Batman circled the room, noting the positions of her associates. Once Gotham has finally tore itself apart confronting centuries of injustice it can't rectify, when historical grievances become modern vendettas, What vision do you have for rebuilding? For the first time, uncertainty flickered across her face. That's not my responsibility. I'm a historian, not a revolutionary. You crossed that line the moment you moved from preservation to intervention. Batman's voice softened fractionally. You don't want justice. You want revenge for your great-grandfather. For your family's erased legacy. Don't presume to psychoanalyze me, she snapped, signaling to her team to continue their work. You of all people with your costume and your crusade. A billionaire beating poor people in alleys, while the real criminals run your family's company. You're right. The simple admission stopped her cold. About some of it, Batman continued. The Waynes helped build a system that created inequality, that privileged some lives over others. Batman has often treated symptoms rather than causes. He moved closer, removing his cowl in a gesture that shocked everyone in the room. But that doesn't mean the answer is to burn it all down. Bruce Wayne stood before them. Not the playboy persona, but the man himself. Exhausted and human. I can't change what my ancestors did, but I can acknowledge it. Make amends where possible, and use the resources I have to build something better, transparently, this time. Dr. Crowley's expression hardened. Pretty words from the last Wayne. Why should anyone believe you? They shouldn't. Not without proof. Bruce gestured to the archive around them. Change the narrative if you must. But do it honestly. Include all the documents, the damning and the redemptive. Show Gotham in its full history, including Thomas Wayne's attempts at reform. Let people see the complexity, not just the condemnation. He extended his hand. Work with me to establish an independent historical commission with real authority. Not controlled by the Waynes or by you, but by Gotham itself. For several long moments, the room remained frozen in tableau. The exposed vigilante, the vengeful historian, surrounded by the physical manifestation of contested history. Finally, Dr. Crowley nodded slightly. Commission first, verified by independent scholars. Then we'll see if Bruce Wayne is truly different from his predecessors. Two months later, as winter yielded to a tentative spring, Gotham began to heal. Not through forgetting, but through confronting. The newly established Gotham Historical Truth and Reconciliation Commission, funded by Wayne Enterprises but operated independently, opened its doors in what had once been the exclusive Founders Club. Bruce Wayne, his public standing still controversial, had transferred majority control of Wayne Enterprises to a restructured board that included community representatives from historically marginalized neighborhoods. The company's first act under new leadership was establishing a substantial reparations fund for communities affected by historical Wayne activities. Batman, meanwhile, had returned to Gotham's nights, changed, more reflective, but no less committed. On a rain-slicked rooftop, Gordon waited by the bat signal, collar turned up against the chill. "Wasn't sure you'd still respond to this," he commented, as Batman materialized from the darkness. "Some symbols are worth reclaiming," Batman replied. "Worth defining." Gordon nodded thoughtfully. "The city's still a mess. Historical Commission has people arguing over every street name, every monument. Wayne's reputation in tatters. Yet crime stats are down 15% in the last month." He gave Batman a sidelong glance. "Something's changing in Gotham. The truth is painful," Batman acknowledged, "but necessary for real healing." Speaking of truth, Gordon pulled out a cigarette, but didn't light it. "Dr. Crowley was found dead in our apartment yesterday. Natural causes. Aneurysm. Medical examiner confirmed it. Thought you should know." Batman absorbed this silently, thinking of the woman whose quest for historical justice had irrevocably altered Gotham's understanding of itself. and his understanding of his own purpose. Her work continues, he finally said. As does yours, Gordon noted. Though I've noticed a change in your methods lately. Batman looked out over the city. The same vista he'd surveyed months ago when this began. Yet, viewed now through different eyes. The gleaming spires remained, but he no longer saw them as symbols of triumph alone. They were complicated monuments to a complicated history, beautiful and flawed, aspirational and compromised. Gotham deserves the truth, he said simply, and a defender who acknowledges that truth, even when it's difficult. Gordon smiled slightly. As Batman prepared to depart, Gordon added, "By the way, that historical commission found something interesting in the old records. Seems the original city plans included extensive public gardens and community spaces that never materialized. Some developer named Solomon Wayne altered the designs to maximize profit. Batman paused at the roof's edge. Perhaps it's not too late to implement the original vision. Perhaps not, Gordon agreed. Gotham's still standing after all. Despite everything the city endures. Not despite everything. Batman corrected as he disappeared into the night. Because of everything. The darkness and the light together. That's what makes it worth saving. In the cave beneath Wayne Manor, Bruce added the final piece to a new installation. A comprehensive timeline of Wayne family history, complete with its triumphs and its sins. No longer hidden in archived boxes, but displayed prominently as a reminder of where he had come from and what he must strive to transcend. Alfred observed from a respectful distance. Your parents would be proud, he said. Bruce considered this. Not of everything the family did, but perhaps the choice to face it honestly. That's what I meant, sir. Alfred gestured to the batsuit in its case. The symbol remains, but its meaning evolves, as it should. Bruce nodded, studying the cowl that had once seemed so straightforward in its purpose. Now, it represented something more nuanced. A commitment not just to justice in its simplest form, but to truth, accountability, and the complex work of genuine progress. Gotham would never be perfect. Neither would its defender. But in acknowledging the past, both might find a more authentic path forward into a future built not on comfortable myths, but on the solid ground of difficult truths.